Our 6-night program here with Syed Ammar Naqvi, brought to you by ELIF in collaboration with Mohibana Mehdi and Mancom. Alhamdulillah, we've been blessed for the past 4 nights now to have the Syed with us and delivering his lectures, and inshallah we look forward to having him again tonight as well. Just a few announcements before the Syed does come and deliver his lecture. Firstly, the deadline for the art and poetry competition was today, so for those that managed to participate, inshallah the winners will be announced today or tomorrow. So thank you all for participating in it, and the Syed will look at the entries, and obviously the winners will be gaining prizes. Secondly, there will again be a kids club for those who would prefer for their children to be in that kids club, as they might cause a bit of an inconvenience inside the during the lecture, running around, and there's a kids club which they can go to and freely run around. And also please do keep a very close eye on your children. We've had a few too many incidents now, children's on treadmills, children burning themselves. So please do keep an eye on your children if you do decide to keep them with you. Salawat. As well as this, brothers and sisters, I've spoken about this quite a lot yesterday. Brother Zafar also spoke about it as well, and it's donations. Obviously, these programs aren't possible without you. We've been able to provide you with these cameras, the venue, the food, the speakers, the reciters, and inshallah we're hoping you can all play your part by just digging deep into your pockets and donating whatever it is you can donate. There is a QR code on my left, your right of the screen. Please do scan it. There's card machines on the side there which you can scan, and obviously donations will go through that. And a lot of the volunteers have lanyards on them. So these lanyards have QR codes on them. So if you do just scan the QR code, it'll take you straight to a donation page, and you can donate however much you feel comfortable donating. So the Syed will be here very soon. So before the Syed does come, I'd like to invite Brother Musa to come and talk about Mancom, so we can welcome him with a very loud salawat. Never mind, the Syed has arrived. Oh, saved by the bell. So a bit about the Syed before I invite him up to the mimbar. The Syed has spent 5 years in the Hawza Ilmi in Qom, has studied history at Oxford, currently studying psychology at King's, currently ongoing in the Hawza Ilmi in Najaf, is currently teaching theology at the Hawza in Najaf, has taught theology at the Hawza in London, has lectured internationally, has founded the Thaqalain Institute in Oxford, and has led prayers at the Ahlul Bayt Centre in Oxford. This still surprises me every time I read it. If we can welcome him with the loudest of your salawats. Salawat.
Thank you. Before we begin, inshallah, we have a request for an Amma Yujibu for Kawthar Agha. So if everyone can, inshallah, raise their hands, and 5 times can we all, inshallah, simultaneously. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. عمن يجيب المضطر إذا دعاه ويكشف السوء 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 عمن يجيب المضطر إذا دعاه ويكشف السوء. And inshallah, Fatiha for the marhumin of the Hussein and Gangi families, and the marhum Syed Syed, and also all the mu'mineen and mu'minat, inshallah, who have deceased and now left us. Surah al-Mubarakat al-Fatiha. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد لم يلد ولم صلوات على محمد وآل محمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين بارئ الخلائق الأجمعين باعث الأنبياء والمرسلين ثم الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا حبيبنا حبيب قلوبنا وشفيع نفوسنا أبي القاسم محمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين الحمد لله الذي هدانا لهذا وما كنا لنهتدي لولا أن هدانا الله أما بعد فقد قال الله في كتابه مبين أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق صلوات على محمد وآل محمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. Our series continues and now to some form or another comes to an end. Inshallah, tomorrow we will conclude the discussion that we have been having so far. And the essence very much of what we have been trying to come to a conclusion to has been trying to de-ritualize religion. Yes? The purpose of our series up until this date has been that of trying to de-ritualize religion itself. When I mean de-ritualize, do I mean take away the lahir form from it? Absolutely not. When I talk about de-ritualizing, I am talking about taking the emotional aspect away from the religion, taking the articulate aspect away from the religion, taking the batini aspect away from the religion. And when this is removed, we see that then we see religion as some sort of purposeless enterprise, right? Why are we praying salah? We're just praying it because we're Muslims. Why are we doing our wajibat? We are just doing them because we are Muslims. However, if we reconnect the form to the essence, then we understand that the reason we are praying and we are doing these things is because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordained a certain prescription inside this amal. So continuing on with our series, brothers and sisters, we come to the latter end of the furu'id-din. So remind me, where have we got? We covered salam, we covered siyam, correct? We covered hajj, we covered jihad. We covered khums and we covered zakat. And today we get to the, I would say, a very contentious juncture of tawalla and tabarra. Now when we speak about tawalla and when we speak about tabarra, I would say tawalla, everyone is almost ubiquitously in unanimous agreements where we say that we agree that we should definitely make friends with those who are close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. However, when we talk about tabarra specifically, brothers and sisters, this is where the contentious now arises, right? When we speak about this particular aspect or notion, we have some people exercising it in one form. We have some people exercising it in another form. We have some people abstaining away from it entirely. And we have some people exercising it to the fullest extent. So now we need to see, how does this reconnect to the asl? As I said, each of the furu' have a batin. Each of the furu' have a purpose. So if each of the furu' have a purpose, it can't be a matter of staying away from it or shying away from it, correct? It can't be a matter of, for example, we need to, for the sake of unity, as many people say, not participate in this. I am not in the business of, brothers and sisters, whitewashing or laundering something because it's not convenient, right? If something has been listed in the Quran, and if something has been listed in the words of the Ahlul Bayt, and if something has been listed in the Ahadith, it's now incumbent upon me to practice it. However, the question now arises, in what form do I practice it? So what's become clear now is that by no means we abstain, correct? If something has been exercised in the Quran, correct? We have nas in the Quran telling us to participate in tawalla and tabarra. We have nas in the hadith where it states Rasulullah and the Ahlul Bayt, everyone is asking us to participate in this. So now that we know the wujub of the participation is there, we now need to answer the question, what form does this participation take? Because we see some forms that end up being quite problematic. And we see some forms that actually take us further away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the purpose of today's lecture will be, inshallah, for us to understand what the purpose of this tabarra is, what the purpose of this tawalla is, and in what form are we supposed to practice it in order for us to get closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, attain that tranquility that we are so seeking, and attain that proximity to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we so need. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala. When we start with tawalla, tawalla means what exactly? Tawalla means to associate yourself with someone in the realms of friendship, correct? The association. When one associates themselves to an individual, that individual needs to have a set of characteristic traits. When you associate yourself to an entity or an individual or an organization, that entity, individual or organization needs to possess some traits that you would benefit from. So when we look at the philosophy of tawalla, and we look at the batin of tawalla, and we look at the purpose of it, we see very clearly that in this juncture, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is trying to teach us the importance of role models. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is trying to teach us the importance of establishing what is right and establishing what is wrong. We take very lightly the importance of role models in the religion of Islam, brothers and sisters, very lightly. And when we speak about role models, we need to say that this is a very big consideration. We see social media figures, we see individuals in the media, and we say that these people are role models for the youth. However, for an individual to be a role model, you need to understand the essence of what they are propagating needs to be true. Not just some of the furu' of what they're doing tend to be correct. The essence of what they're doing needs to be true. So when we look at the Ahlul Bayt, we see the essence by every stretch of the imagination is as perfect as can be. So when I assume them as role models, this is an act of tawalla. When I praise them, this is an act of tawalla. That I now want to assume, I now want to absorb the characteristics of these individuals. That's what happens when you praise someone, right? When you praise someone, when you like someone, this is not legislated just for us to, a'udhu billah, in some position, glorify them for no reason. No. The whole point of the glorification is that what naturally comes after glorification? After glorification, then you try to assume those characteristics. So you admire someone in your field of work. You admire someone in the media. You admire someone, for example, in football or in sports. When you admire someone, you try to be like them. When you admire someone, you assume their characteristics. So tawalla is very much this. When we look at the aspect of tawalla, you see that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is now institutionalizing a system of assuming positive role models through the Ahlul Bayt. And when we assume them as role models, then we can actually act upon the things that they have given us. So when one does tawalla, when one recites the salawat, when we give all of these acts of ibadat, we can see that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling us in this juncture that of course may Allah bless the Holy Prophet and his household. However, we are more in need of blessings than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, his Prophet or the Ahlul Bayt, correct? So when we recite this, this isn't just a direct, we would say, ascending of praise. This is more so much us assuming and understanding that these people are worthy of praise. And the characteristic traits that they have are things that I would like to assume. But as I said, tawalla is something that's badihi, correct? Tawalla is something that's quite obvious. All of us understand the importance of tawalla, that you need to praise and associate with those who are close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You need to praise and associate with those who have proximity to Him. However, the issue and the contention now arises on the second point. And this is again something that we need to clarify. As I stated, these aren't subjects to be shunned away. These are subjects to be discussed about. Because if they are taught by the Ahlul Bayt, then there must be truth in them. Am I supposed to now shun away something that the Ahlul Bayt told me to do? If this is something that I am doing, then I am not a true follower of the Ahlul Bayt. Rather, I should try and understand why they told me to do these things. And if it is coming from the Ahlul Bayt, and I understand them to be the true measures of the truth, then there must be some hikmah and meaning and wisdom behind this. And if there is, we need to now try and establish what that hikmah, what that meaning and what that wisdom truly is. So we move on to tabarra. And tabarra is a very interesting one. And we see it generally in life, not just in religion. We disassociate words from their meaning, right? Over the course of time, you disassociate words from their meaning to such an extent where that word itself has now got nothing to do with the meaning that it came through, correct? For example, if we look at the word sin. Sin itself means what? Sin itself comes from a Greek word that means missing the target. It's an archery term, correct? So when you miss the target, that's said to be a sin. However, now with the religious connotations, it's meant to used to mean something that is taking you away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. However, the point I'm trying to make is that over the course of time, words and their meanings start to gain a division. Words and their meanings start to get disassociated. And we can see this in our everyday vocabulary too, right? We say things, however, if we actually look at the dictionary definition of that word,
It's entirely different. So when we look at the dictionary definition of tabarra, what are we understanding here? When we look at the dictionary definition of tabarra, what is it that the Ahlul Bayt were trying to teach us? So we see here very clearly that the meaning of tabarra and what bara'a is taken out from is distance. Yes? When we look at, for example, a dictionary and when we look at the definitions, we see that the words avoidance, we see that the words distance, and we see that the words disassociation are the most constantly brought up terms. So that's understood, correct? We have no qualms with this. That there is an avoidance, there is a disassociation, and there is a negation of these individuals. However, in what form is what we need to understand now. And how does that actually take place? I endorse entirely the concept of la'an, as is done by the Ahlul Bayt, correct? I either don't endorse it and work against the words of the Ahlul Bayt, or I do endorse it and need to understand what it does. However, our understanding of la'an and the Ahlul Bayt's understanding of la'an is an entirely different enterprise. An entirely different enterprise. This is something that we have real difference and I would say cognitive dissonance in, where we have separated the true meaning from the word and we are practicing something quite potentially different from what they actually had prescribed. So we see here that the concepts of tawalla and tabarra are very important. We need them to establish and maintain justice in society. We need them. It's necessary, correct? If you associate with those who do good, then you maintain order. If you disassociate from those who do bad, you maintain order. So this system of structure and justice is something that we can very clearly see. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has legislated in the penultimate session that we have on the Furu'uddin, which is tawalla and tabarra. So when, for example, someone asks, where is bara'a mentioned in the Quran? I would say bara'a is mentioned in the Quran in the story of Nabi Ibrahim. In the story of Nabi Ibrahim, where he is, for example, having that conversation in his mind with his father, as we know, was an individual who had deemed himself an enemy of God, correct, in the Quran. So understanding this, the Quran now states that Ibrahim, he tried his hardest. However, after a period of time, he had to do bara'ah. After a period of time, he had to do tabarra. And in the Quran, the word tabarra itself was also brought in. We could say it is mentioned tabarra'ah in this instance. Ibrahim disassociated himself from his father. Ibrahim distanced himself from his father. So understanding that, we now know we have the Quranic connotations, but again, I haven't come to any sort of conclusion. What form does this actually take? How can I truly practice it to get me closer to God? Because as I said, each of these a'mal have the ability to take you closer to God and to take you further away from Him. The salah that I do for the sake of Allah will take me to heaven. The salah that I do for the sake of, for example, someone looking at me and I will look religious will take me to hell. The siyam that I'm doing for the sake of Allah will get me to heaven. The siyam that I'm doing to look socially acceptable is something that will take me to hell. The tawalla and the tabarra that I am doing for the sake of Allah in the correct reasons and definitions is something that will take me to God. And the tawalla and the tabarra that I am doing for any other reason other than that is going to take me to hell. So that's being understood. Now we need to come to understand what is the correct form of the, we would say, tabarra, of the la'an as prescribed by the Ahlul Bayt themselves, because they have given us the roadmap to life, right? As I said, we are not going to shun away from anything that they have prescribed. They have given us the roadmap, so we truly need to understand what it was that they were alluding to. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli. So the first, I would say, derivation of la'an, and the first meaning, and I would say the first distancing from its true definition happened a few years after the death of the Holy Prophet. And we would see, for example, when we look at Muawiyah at this point in time, the la'an of Ali ibn Abi Talib was very popular. We can see this in, it's mutawatir. This is not something contentious, correct? I can bring you manabi' from the Sahih al-Sittah, and I can bring you manabi' from the Kutub al-Arba'ah. I can bring you manabi' from the Sunni sources, and I can bring you manabi' from the Shia sources. This is not the argument we are having now. The argument is this. What form did the la'an take here? The form that the la'an took here was cursing, correct? There was the cursing of Ali ibn Abi Talib. And this is very highly regarded as a reliable proof that we have in all books. And this culminated in the Battle of Siffin. Who was the Battle of Siffin against? Ali ibn Abi Talib and Muawiyah, correct? So the culmination of this la'an was in that war. However, the point that we are trying to make is this. What form did that la'an take? And what form did that tabarra take? This was entirely cursing, correct? Where there was the cursing of the Imam, where it got so bad to an extent that people within inside his khilafah now rebelled against him and declared the battle of Siffin. This was the extent of it, and this was the result of it. So now we need to ask ourselves, what form of la'an are we practicing? Are we practicing this form of la'an? Are we practicing this form of tabarra? And if we are, is this form of la'an and tabarra different to that prescribed by the Ahlul Bayt? Or something that's entirely an innovation? Or something that's entirely different? So we see this was practiced by that individual, but we need to ask ourselves, are we practicing that type of la'an? Are we practicing that type of bara'ah? And if we are, we can see that the results of that have been absolutely heinous. So moving on, looking at the concept of la'an itself. We understand that it is mentioned time and time again. Every night so far, what have we been reciting? Allahumma al'an qatalata amir al-mu'minin. Correct? We have been doing this la'an. As I said, we shouldn't just be reading through the a'mal. And we shouldn't just be going through the motions and going through the works. What does this actually mean? What does this la'an actually mean? What am I supposed to gain from doing this amal? I'm reading it 100 times. What am I supposed to gain from it? What's the proximity I'm getting to God? How am I going to get closer to the batin? How am I going to de-ritualize this act itself? The purpose of la'an is this, brothers and sisters. When we look at how many times it's mentioned in the Quran, bara'ah, it's 37, about 37 times. Between 30 and 37 times, we will see that this concept has been narrated time and time again. So one point I want to make very clear is that A'udhu Billah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not do as we tell him, correct? If we say, for example, may Allah curse this individual, it's not, oh, thank you for telling me, let me now partake in that action. Now we understand that's verily not the purpose of la'an, correct? It's not A'udhu Billah as a reminder to Allah. It's not A'udhu Billah, for example, that we are going to increase or decrease anything. That's not in our hands, correct? This is something that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is entirely independent of. However, when we look at what the purpose of this is, we see that this is primarily a personal pursuit. This is primarily a personal purification. When we look at the concepts of association and disassociation, we see that this is something that is very much important for the establishment of society and justice in our community. How so? If I associate with someone good, let's take our room here now. I associate with someone good, correct? Now, that goodness is going to go within inside me, and goodness is going to be maintained in the community. That X is spending time with this person, and this person is good. If I'm spending time with someone who is bad, and I don't disassociate with them, this will call fasad, and this will call injustice, and this will now be detrimental to my own kamal, correct? If I am now, for example, associating with someone who is doing bad, and associating with someone who is not doing well, and disassociating from absolutely nobody, we see that no lines are drawn here. By association, I don't mean contact, yes? By association, I mean the spiritual proximity that we're alluding to. So if we understand that verily there's a clear distinction between the two components. We associate a group of people, and we disassociate from a certain group of people. Again, we need to come back to the question, what form does this disassociation take? An emphasis on the word, not cursing, not swearing. Disassociation. Yes? There is an inner purification and there is a disassociation. Mathalan, if you have a child and that child is doing something wrong, you don't curse them, correct? You don't swear at them. You disassociate yourself from that action. And you disassociate yourselves from them. That this action, this amal that you have done, this is not from us. This action and that amal that you have done, it is not part of what I believe in to take me closer towards the truth. So it's not about cursing and it's not about swearing, brothers and sisters. It's much more nuanced than this. We need to be able to read the literature with a bit more integrity. When we look at what it actually means, we see that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is inviting a disassociation, right? That these attributes that this individual has, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala not allow these attributes to manifest within inside me. This is the philosophy of la'an. It's not that A'udhu Billah, we need to remind Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala of something. Is that these attributes that this individual has, that Allahumma qatalata amir al-mu'mineen, the purpose of me doing this is I'm trying to dissociate myself from all of the attributes that drew Ibn Muljim to do what he did. I'm disassociating myself from this, correct? For example, if he had the sifat of greed, that he did it for money, may Allah disassociate me from this. If he had the characteristic trait of, for example, envy or lust or whatever it may be, The purpose of me partaking in this la'an is to disassociate me entirely from all of these attributes. And emphasize on the point attributes. There is a distinction between doing la'an on the person, and there is a distinction between doing la'an on the attributes that that person possesses. And this is not my words, brothers and sisters. We will come, inshallah, in a few minutes, that which ma'soom made this exact point. When we are doing la'an, we are not doing la'an on the individual. We are not cursing the individual. We are not swearing at the individual. What we are asking for is disassociation from the actions and the attributes that this individual possesses. This is a very important point. So if tabarra is now practiced in this form, it will take us closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And if it is not, then it will take us further away from Him. But the question then rises, what's the issue with cursing, right? If we take the Muawiyah definition of la'an, that we curse the individuals, what's wrong with this? They're bad people, that we can justify it like this, right? These people are not good people, so what's wrong with swearing at them? What's wrong with this? Why do we have to put it inside this haze of disassociation? Why can't we simply state that they're bad people and I want to admonish them? Brothers and sisters, who are we to admonish anybody? Correct? When we say, for example, we are cursing or swearing at an individual, when we say that this la'an in that form is taking place, this gives us a very odd sense of superiority. A very odd sense of superiority, where it doesn't annihilate the ego, which is the purpose of the religion of Islam, but rather fuels it to say that I am better than this individual, that I am better than this person, I am better than this act. A brother came back to me and said that when I mentioned this point, in one of my discussions, he mentioned that, okay, but I'm not worse than Fir'aun, correct? Look what Fir'aun did. He did such evil. I can't be worse than him, so I can do la'an because I am at least better than that individual. I said, first of all, in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we see that we can't make any such judgments. And secondly, the only reason Fir'aun's evil is so clear is because he had the resources to do so, correct? We see Fir'aun is just a magnifying glass of what many of us might be if we were put in that position, correct? The illnesses that we have in our hearts, for example, selfishness, greed, that we think are very little at this point in time. They are very little at this point in time because we don't have much resources to practice them. For example, if I'm a selfish individual, that might only manifest in me, for example, not sharing my food at dinner time, which at the end of the day is not a huge deal, correct? However, if I still had that same amount of selfishness in my heart and I was in the position of Fir'aun, this would mean me reserving the wealth from the entire community. It's not that he's far worse than I am, it's just that he was a magnifying glass of what a human can potentially be. So when I am in a position and I look down my nose at anybody that, oh, at least I'm not that bad, we need to have a bit of humility. And in the words of Ali Shari'ati, that most definitely all of us are Fir'aun, but we just have our different Egypts, correct? He says that all of us are the Pharaoh. He spread tyranny over Egypt. We may spread tyranny over our families. We may spread tyranny over our relationships. We may spread tyranny over the way we speak to someone. As I said, the field and the Egypt may be very different. However, the illness of the soul is exactly the same. So again, I'm not justifying the actions of any individual, whether it be Fir'aun, whether it be Nimrod, so on and so forth. I am not justifying the actions. However, the point being made here is this. When we look at it from a point of superiority, I ask you, is this fueling the ego or killing it? This is a question that you all need to answer for yourself. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. Point number 2. Why do we distance ourselves from that definition of bara'ah? Why do we distance ourselves from that definition of la'an? The reason we do is because it gives rise to hate. Does it not, brothers and sisters? And I ask you, and I'm not even going to answer this question, the Imam that we are commemorating, did he show any inkling of hate towards his killer at the moment that he passed away? Any inkling, any moment, anything he said, anything he did? It was the exact opposite, no? Make sure you tend to him before you tend to me. Make sure you remember the rights of the prisoners. Make sure you don't do dhulm upon him. So when I'm saying I'm justifying my la'an for the sake of Ali ibn Abi Talib, and I'm hating these individuals, I'm saying that you're doing something entirely different to what the individual himself did, brothers and sisters. When the individual himself, he said that this individual needs to, of course, divine justice is to be established here. However, not from a bab of hate, not from a bab of actually dissenting this individual for the sake of this individual. We hate the action entirely. We disassociate from the action. However, when it comes to the individual, Amir al-Mu'mineen gave us the best example. That is not the entity or the individual or the fitrah that we curse. Rather, it's the actions that that individual has assumed, which they are responsible for. But nonetheless, it is the attributes and the actions rather than the person and the entity. I now come to the tradition that I was mentioning that separates the attributes and the actions from simply admonishing the certain individuals. And this tradition is from Ali ibn Abi Talib, salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And this is what brought me to a conclusion in my own pursuit of trying to understand how to define this, right? Because I didn't know. Culturally, I was brought up doing one thing. However, when I looked at the religious literature, it was telling me another thing. However, when I looked at this tradition, for me, we would say, there's a saying in Urdu, doodh ka doodh, pani ka pani ho jata hai, right? The milk was separated and the water was separated and everything became very clear for me. So, reading this tradition, we state that there were a group of people. And this group of people, at the time of the Khilafah, of the Imam himself, they were cursing, swearing, admonishing the individual who had rebelled against the Imam. Correct? They were cursing him very openly. And the individual, he was a very good companion as well. He wasn't a small-time companion. He was Hujr ibn Adi. So Hujr ibn Adi, he's been mentioned himself in the traditions. They were very much anti, this about this person, that about that person, so on and so forth. Imam Ali now enters the mix and he sees this admonishment happening. What is his response? Because the person is obviously doing wrong. The person is obviously rebelling against the Islamic government. The person is obviously causing a lot of fasad in the area. It's not that it's a good person. There's no justification. So when we look at someone, for example, speaking or looking down their nose or speaking bad about them, what do we see here? That the Ma'sum's response is. He states very eloquently at this point in time that what are you partaking in? What are you actually doing? They said, we're just talking about X, Y, and Z and how much fasad that they're calling in Dimashq and how much fasad that they're causing in Syria. So he said, tell me the nature of what your conversation is. And he said that we are saying that this individual is this and this individual is that. Imam Ali stated at this point in time, he stopped them and he said that I do not want you to admonish in this manner. I want you to describe their actions instead. The words of Ali ibn Abi Talib. I want you to describe their actions instead. So when we sit down and we're now, for example, participating in something that we think is getting us closer to God, and we are doing it for the sake of the individual who is telling us to disassociate ourselves from the actions themselves. We now need to be a bit more clever in this instance, brothers and sisters, right? When we look at the action, we describe the action. When we look at the amal, we describe the amal. That it is this amal of this individual that I'm disassociating and I'm doing la'an and bara'ah of entirely. When the Ahlul Bayt tell us to do something, when they prescribe tabarra', there's a reason. Right? And this is the reason for this. That we need to now, if we say that this individual is bad, what are we learning? If we say this action of this individual is bad, then we say, okay, I can now stay away from this action. I can do praise of this action. I can disassociate myself from this action. However, now if we brand an individual, for example, if someone comes and they brand me as bad, right? Someone comes to me, and we can see this in social media figures recently, yes? If someone comes to me and they say this is a bad person, right? They say this is a bad person because I may do, for example, some bad things. Someone comes to me and I might do one good thing. They're like, wait, you said that you're a bad person, right? So is what you're doing that's good also bad? No, you need to disassociate the acts from the individual. It's possible that someone who is not a good person can do something good. And it's possible that someone who is not a good person to do something bad. I need to be able to distinguish the two. Correct? We used the example in the Q&A a few days ago of an individual who is famous on social media. That some things that this individual does is good. Correct? However, now, for example, do we say this individual is mutlaqan good or this individual is mutlaqan bad? We need to disassociate into the actions. That this is good and this is bad. When we nuance it and break it down into the actions, that's where the growth and development occurs. That's where we know what to do and what not to do. That's where we know how to establish justice in the society. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. We now come to a conclusion where we need to look at the point of it. We've seen why we do it. However, what's the purpose of it? We alluded to a few points. However, I would say the two main ones are: one, it's a deterrent, right? When you do la'an, it's an entire deterrent that if I'm doing la'an on this individual and the attributes and the entities, for example, that come off it, it's something that I'm going to try and actively stay away from. If you are disassociating from an individual, you're not going to partake in the evil that they are doing. And this is very important, correct? You can be complicit in a crime even if you didn't do it. That's even in English common law, right? Even if you weren't in the act and you were there and you were complicit, you're going to go to prison too. So when we look at la'an, we see that this is very much a concept of bara'ah, and it's a very pure form of purification, is it not? I don't know why it has such a negative connotation. Actually, I do know why. But I don't know why in an Islamic context it has such a negative connotation, because it's such a tahir form of purification that if we actually exercise in, we see what the value of it was. Ayatul Bahshat rahmatullah alayhi was asked the same question, right? On tawalla and tabarra, on, for example, salawat and la'an, he was asked which one is more important. He didn't answer which one is more important. However, he used the example that I mentioned a few days ago. He said before you decorate a house, you need to clean it, correct? Before you fill it in with something, you actually need to disassociate. So he said the first act you need to do is disassociation, is la'an. The first thing you need to do is actually cleansing yourself, and after that you have space for tawalla. After that you have space for putting people in. So we see that one of the benefits is that is a deterrent. And the second benefit is that the justice of Allah is represented, right? We can't simply say that everything is fine. We can't say everything is good. Oh, you know, we love them and everything is great. So even though they're doing bad things, you know, it's fine. Absolutely not. We need to make it exquisitely clear that what they're doing is wrong. The action that they're doing is inherently incorrect. Because if we don't, we have what we have now. Everyone's just doing what they think is right. Everyone's doing what they think is okay. Oh, you do you. Don't worry about anyone else, right? Everyone else's opinions don't matter. When there's no bara'ah and when there's no tawalla, in this instance we see there is no establishing of parameters. If we have no establishing of parameters, we have the postmodern era. The postmodern era is a result of the negation of tawalla and tabarra. When we have no objectivity, when we don't know what's right and we don't know what's wrong and everything's subjective. Oh no, this is true, but this is true as well. Both of you can be right. Who said this? Who said both of you can be right? The truth is objective. The truth is mutlaqan. And the reason we are now spiraling in this postmodern era of subjectivity is because we don't disassociate and we don't set out lines and boundaries. Again, as I said, hatred is something that is not partaken in. However, associating and disassociating from individuals who partake in acts that are inherently wrong is something that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says maintains justice in society, but most importantly, maintains justice within inside ourselves. When we know what's right and we know what's wrong, then we stay on the right path. For example, if we have a friend, and that friend is doing something wrong, many people's definition of a good friend is what? You would just back them no matter what. What do they say these days? Ride or die, correct? No matter what. Whatever the friend does, no, he's my friend. You can't speak about him. He's my friend, you can't do anything about him. Is this a true friend, brothers and sisters? I would say this is the worst of all friends. A true friend holds you to account. If you do something wrong, they tell you, listen, brother, you are wrong for this. Listen, sister, you are wrong for this. That's what true friendship is. So if you want to be a true friend to your brother, and if you want to be a true friend to your sister, you need to make sure that you partake in this. It's very, very sensical. It's very, very logical. That if you as an individual see an action in an amal that is wrong, you say, oh, my friend is a good person. So even though they're doing something bad, it's fine. They're actually a good person. Fine. I never said they were a bad person. But you need to acknowledge that the act that they did was wrong. You need to disassociate yourself from that act. You need to make sure that you're distant from the amal that they did. When you do this, you have clear establishments of parameters. When you don't do this, you have what you have now. Oh no, it's fine what they're doing. They're actually a good person. It doesn't matter, they're actually a good person. I'm not saying good person or bad person. I'm saying that the actions that this individual partakes in is something that is causing detriment to society. So if you are unable to say that this action is wrong, then you might as well be complicit in the amal itself. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala. So if we do la'an of the enemies of Imam Hussein, what we are doing is disassociating entirely from them. Entirely. This is endorsed. This is an act of ibadah. And one of the highest acts of ibadah. Yes? We are entirely disassociating ourselves from them. And their actions and what they did that drew them to the action and the heinous crimes that were committed on the day of Ashura and before and afterwards. So when we do the la'an, and for example in the a'mal, when we do recite it, bear this in mind. What is it that I am disassociating from? If it's simply I hate this individual, I hate this individual, I hate this individual 100 times, I ask you, what growth and development is there? However, if it's a constant and a conscious disassociation from the actions that brought them to do this, it's going to be a reminder for me not to partake in those actions. Correct? Were the people in Karbala not people who prayed Salah? Were the people in Karbala not people who fasted? Were people in the Karbala not those who were Huffaz of the Quran? Were they not, brothers and sisters? So there must have been some action of theirs that drew them to do what they did. Therefore, when I do la'an, I disassociate myself from those actions so that I don't move in a similar direction and I don't cause tyranny in the Egypt that I own. So when, for example, we refuse to do this la'an, it's ironic then when we ask the question that we shouldn't do it for the sake of unity. Quite the contrary. Not doing it is the cause of this unity. Not disassociating is the cause of disunity. Acquiescing and saying, no, everyone is fine, this is the primary cause of disunity, brothers and sisters. Because we haven't drawn lines. We haven't drawn parameters. We haven't said what's right and we haven't said what's wrong. So for example, when we do not do la'an on the killers of Ali ibn Abi Talib, and then ask why the ummah is not one, and the ummah is not tawheedi, because one part of the ummah think that actions are justified, and one part of the ummah think that they are not. So we need to now justify the actions and say this individual, we are disassociating from them because of this action and this amal that they have committed. This is the philosophy of la'an, and this is what takes us outside of this realm of the spiritual illnesses and diseases that we have, closer and closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So as I stated, unity is not a compromise. It's not that, oh, for the sake of unity, we're now going to compromise on our values. This is not the case whatsoever. We stand our ground very clearly. Right? We believe in what we believe in, and there is no compromise in that whatsoever. I'm very adamant on this fact. However, that being said, brothers and sisters, do it correctly. Right? You need to do it correctly and in the correct manner. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and His prophets and the Imams, they singularly preached unity. Right? So if I am doing something prescribed by them in the correct manner, how would this cause disunity? If it is, then I'm doing it wrong. Correct is a basic formula. All of them preached unity. If what I am doing that they told me is now causing disunity, I am doing it wrong. Is this not the case? It's a very simple argument. So now we need to understand it's not the amal that's the cause of the disunity. It's how we act and how we are approaching the amal that is causing the fragmentation that we have in the ummah today. So we conclude upon this point. What form does tabarra take? And before we look at what form tabarra takes, we see very clearly, who remembers which one of my lectures I stated this? What does tabarra coming before tawalla entail? What is the importance of this? What's the importance of the la'an? What's the importance of the disassociation? We had a talk on the shahada, yes? La ilaha illallah. You need to disassociate entirely. This is the philosophy behind it. You need to remove yourself, yes, from all other that you worship from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You need to disassociate yourself from all others. However, you also need to disassociate yourself from all ills, all spiritual illnesses, all diseases that take you further away from Him. So that cleansing and purification of the shahada is the la'an and the bara'ah that we participate in. So with what audacity can we sit and say that this is something not prescribed by the Ahlul Bayt? This is the component and the fundamental aspect of the shahada that we partake in. However, now we need to have some autonomy on our decisions, right? We need to now say that we are doing this in the correct way. And if we do it in the manner that I have stated, that the Ahlul Bayt have prescribed, I ask you, it's a genuine question, would this cause disunity? If we do la'an in the manner that I have mentioned, if we disassociate from the actions of the individual, would this cause disunity? Absolutely not. Mathalan, someone comes up, you're doing la'an on this individual. Yes, because they did this. Oh, that makes sense, right? No one's going to say that the amal is correct. No one on earth would claim that the act of killing Amir al-Mu'mineen is something that is positive, right? Unless their mental faculties have been suppressed for a period of time. No one would say that is correct, right? So when we do la'an on the individual, we say because of this act, and the things that drew him to this act were X, Y, and Z. Then it becomes very clear. Then the lines are now brought inside. However, when we now delve into tribalism, right? When we delve into my guy versus your guy, when we delve into my person versus your person, this is where it becomes ridiculous, brothers and sisters. And this is where we have the fragmentation, right? This is not what the Ahlul Bayt prescribed. Yes, it's not dividing it into my team and your team. This is a direct insult upon Tawheed, the fragmentation. A direct insult upon it. That if we now fragment society and we say that, oh, we are doing it because my person is better than your person, let's grow up a little bit, yes? Let's become a bit mature in our arguments. When we look at this instance, we see that it's not the individual, rather the amal that is defining them in this instance. So the form that tabarra takes is what exactly? There is one tradition which is very interesting, And that tradition is by Imam Hassan Askari, salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Where he states that tabarra should be done quietly and tawalla should be done loudly. I found this very interesting because I do not understand it. I'm not sure what the hikmah is behind this. I would be hesitant to say that it's taqiyya. However, I would probably bring it, my only analysis brings me to the conclusion that the same way in Dhuhr and Asr, we are quiet during the surahs, and in Maghrib and Isha, we are loud during them. It's not out of taqiyya. There must be some larger hikmah behind this. Allahu a'lam what the hikmah is, but I am just narrating the tradition of the Ma'soom to you, that this is the form that these things should take. When we do bara'ah, when we do la'an, it should be in a quiet manner. When we do tawalla, when we associate, it should be in a very loud, vivacious and public manner. So that's the distinction given to us. Of course, we can open this for further conversation if we have the tawfiq, but nonetheless, it's just food for thought on what forms this bara'ah and this la'an could actually take. So, concluding our point, as our time has now come to an end, we need to say that when we look upon this action and when we look upon this amal, it's very clear that we need to have a distinguishing line. And it's very clear that we need to do it in the correct form and do it in the correct manner. So for example, the biggest justification of this is what? We have it in ziyarah, of course we do. We have it in these actions, of course they do. But what's the adab of it? Allahumma la'an. Right? First of all, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the only one in the position. As I said, if we do it from ourselves, it would be a sense of egotistical superiority. However, if we understand that most definitely this is a disassociation, I'm asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make between us so that I don't assume those actions, that is the first adab of it. So, we finish on this point and we conclude on this point that Imam Ali, at no point at the end we would say, participated in these sort of activities in the form that one may think. However, he entirely participated in the manner that has been prescribed by the Quran and the Ahlul Bayt. And the issue with doing it in the former manner, brothers and sisters, is what? Because I thought about this, right? I tried to think about it objectively. Okay, let me take cultural implications and backings to a side. Why can't I do it in this manner? And the logical, rational conclusion that I came to was that it clouds your judgment. It clouds your judgment. If I'm hating someone for the sake of hating someone, it's now not going to allow me to pursue the truth to the highest degree possible. I'm not, for example, going to see why I hate that individual. My hatred for that individual is going to be so blinding that I'm now not going to be able to interpret why it is that I'm disassociating from their actions. And of course, with these individuals at the far end of the spectrum, is very clear, right? Of course, there is a lot of bad that's going on. Quite possibly the entirety of it is bad. But it becomes more insidious when we see it in our everyday lives, right? What do we label people? He's a bad person. She's a bad person. She's not good. He's not good. So the reason we need to partake about it in this manner is that when we come to normal individuals like myself and yourselves, we need to see that when it comes to judging and when it comes to scrutinizing and when it comes to maintaining unity and brotherhood, we need to work upon that what makes us similar rather than that what makes us different. And the things that we disagree with wouldn't be the entity, because then that would differentiate us. It would be the actions themselves, correct? So when we look at unity within communities, and when we look at unity within societies, for example, different organizations, every city you go to, subhanAllah, there are many organizations, correct? And a lot of them come off the backing of a conflict that happened within the previous organization, right? I'm from a certain community, I see that happening there. Yourselves are from a certain community, Allahu a'lam what happens here. However, nonetheless, we see that out of a disagreement with the individual, right, the entity, we say this individual has incorrect thoughts, this individual is someone who is bad, therefore now we are going to separate from them, which causes the disunity. However, if the correct form of bara'ah took place, if the correct form of disassociation took place, everyone got together and they say, listen, this particular thing that you're doing is something that's entirely incorrect for X, Y, Z reason, that's where everyone is brought together. So this fragmentation and this division that we see on the societal level, even within the Shia community, is entirely on the basis of this. It's an incorrect interpretation of la'an, and it's an incorrect interpretation of disapproval. And this is what gives rise to, we would say, these extreme groups that have been coming in the past few years. Of course, they've got nothing to do with the school of the Ahlul Bayt, more so the schools of our dear brothers and sisters in Islam. But nonetheless, we see that this hatred is something that blinds your judgment. And this hatred is something that blocks your pursuit to the truth. And this hatred is something that doesn't allow you to get close to the maqam of Amir al-Mu'mineen or the Ahlul Bayt. Alayhim as-salam. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. And the destructive power of hate, where we end on this point, is exactly this. that there's the famous saying, right? That no bond is stronger than two people who hate the same person, right? The famous Western saying, no bond is stronger than two people who hate the same person. Like if you like the same person, you can bond on that. But if you hate the same person, then you really gel and connect, right? So when we speak about what is it about this hate that's so dangerous, right? About some forms of la'am that are being partaken in, that is so dangerous. And why this hate is so destructive, we can see it in this instance. That when we see two people who bond over hatred, why is this the case? And why is it so strong? And also, why is it so dangerous? Hatred allows people to connect. And I would say that the conclusion of our Sukhanrani is this. The connection that we have with people is something that we desire. And the connection that we have with people is something that we crave. However, when we look at the connection that we have through hatred, it's something that is very fitri. In what sense? It defines social lines, correct? For example, if I dislike someone, it helps me to understand people and it helps people to understand me. And it allows me to establish boundaries in social circles. So this is a powerful motivator to help us feel connected, right? So the move for hatred is actually one for connection. That the reason you're hating someone is so that you can find someone else who hates them too, and then you form a bond of your shared hatred between them, correct? However, it's not a bond of the shared hatred of an individual. It's the bond of the shared love we all have for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's the bond of the shared love that we all have for the creator of all creation. So if we understand that the basis and the form of our union is from love, that is far superior than the basis and the union of our connection coming from hatred. There is a stark difference between the two, and there is a stark distinction between the two. That's why you really feel a sense of community when you have these strong polemical talks, right? When you have the, for example, different sectarian conflicts, when you have the different religious conflicts, when you have the different personal conflicts. Why do people really connect? For example, if there is a particular individual organization who may propagate this type of sectarian division, why is that so binding? There is such a sense of camaraderie. It's for this reason, because you seek that connection. You seek that unity. However, the unity that you are seeking by establishing the social lines is something that is on the basis of hate. And all of us in this room, and everyone who is watching, can come to a conclusion that a union based on love, rather than a union based on hate, is something that is more sustainable and something that has much more longevity. So the takhliyah and the disassociation that we have, and the emptying of our nafs, the la ilaha that we do, is something that we need to preface our conversation with. And once we have done that la'an, once we have done that la ilaha, once we have done the purification of ourselves, then we actually have room for us to maneuver moving forward. So for that reason, brothers and sisters, la'an is one of the highest acts of worship. Let's be under no illusion, correct? I'm not going to beat around the bush here. La'an is one of the highest acts of worship, because you are actively disassociating yourself from actions, from individuals who are taking you away from God. So this is not something to shy away from, and this is not something to now be apologists about. I very much abhor this concept when we turn into apologists, because Shi'as are usually in the minority. Wherever we go, we're usually in the minority, right? So we always have to justify. Like we justify, oh no, we don't do it. Actually, it doesn't happen in this context, and this context, and this, and that's, and X and Y. No, we do it, and we do it for this reason, correct? You need to have a little bit of, as the Shabab say these days, with chest. When you partake in actions prescribed to us by the Ahlul Bayt, there needs to be a certain understanding and iftikhar behind it. Not an inferiority complex that, oh no, we don't do it and this is something that's very niche. Absolutely not. If bara'a is something that's in the furu' ad-din, if tawalla is something that's in the furu' ad-din, it's exercised and implemented for this reason, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in the same way He wants us to relinquish all other gods but Him, He wants us to relinquish all actions and attributes that take us further away from Him. So the lesson here is not to be complicit in the actions of the things that we see on a day-to-day basis. That is the, I would say, batin of the act of tabarra itself. When we see evil and bad happening on a day-to-day basis, even if it is on someone, from someone we admire, or a family member, we need to call that out, brothers and sisters. We need to make that very clear. This is the philosophy of la'an, correct? This is the philosophy of bara'ah, and this is the philosophy of disassociation. We need to be very clear to call that out. That if we see something wrong, even if it's from someone you love, you say, this is incorrect. This is incorrect. This is the seerah of the Ahlul Bayt, brothers and sisters. Not, oh, we are all the same. He is a good person, everything he does is brilliant. He is a bad person, everything he does is terrible. This binary thinking is very simplistic. And this binary thinking is not going to help us grow. If we desire growth and if we desire development, then in this instance we can see that actually assuming the attributes that make us better would take us to Kamal, and getting rid of the attributes that make us worse is something that will get us closer to God. And this is the concept of tawalla and tabarra, disassociation from those who do bad and the actions that they do, so they do not form within inside myself, and association with those who are good, so that the attributes and actions that they do are now formed within inside myself. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala inshallah grant us all the tawfiq to practice this tawalla and tabarra in the correct manner. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala inshallah increase the bonds of unity between the Shia, between the Sunni, between the Muslims, and between the humans, inshallah, we have in the entire world. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, inshallah, grant us the tawfiq to be on the sarbaz of Imam Sahib al-Asr wa Zaman when the time may come. Ajjallahu ta'ala faraj al-sharif. And inshallah, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us ultimately the tawfiq to succeed in our ultimate endeavor, which is that of jihad al-akbar, the jihad of the nafs. Wa akhir da'wana walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali al-tahirin.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. اللهم صل على سر المستودع فيها بعد ما أحاط به علمك يا رب الحسين بحق الحسين اشف صدر الحسين بظهور الحجة يا رب الحجة بحق الحجة اشف صدر الحجة بظهور الحجة ما زلت مظلوما منذ قبض الله نبيه, since the passing of Rasulullah, since the martyrdom of Rasulullah, Ali has always been madloom. Ali has always been qareeb. Ali has always been oppressed. Ali, 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 Ali. تقدمت والله أركان الهدى, قد قتل علي the people have abandoned you. Kufa has abandoned you. The so-called companions have abandoned you. I swear by Allah, there is no one like you, Ali. There is no master like Ali. There is no leader like like Ali. They say under his Khilafah, look at the merits of Amir al-Mu'mineen. There was no orphan, for he was their father. There was no poor, for he was their provider. To those who had hardship, he was their helper. Come to the door of Ali. Come to the door of Ali. All are welcome. The servants or strangers. Come to the door of Ali, my brothers and sisters, on this day of Shahada, on the day of 21st Ramadan. Come to the door of Ali. Abul Hassan is upon his deathbed. What state is your Amir in? What state is Amir al-Mu'mineen? Ali ibn Abi Talib is ill. Hujr ibn Day, another companion, just like Asbagh ibn Nubayta, he could not leave the house without seeing Amir al-Mu'mineen. He says, when I went into the room and I saw my master, I began to cry and lament. What does Amir al-Mu'mineen say to Hujr? He says, Hujr, my companion, after my martyrdom, they will tell you, they will force you to do bara'ah of Amir al-Mu'mineen, to detest Amir al-Mu'mineen, to distance him. Look at how madloom Amir al-Mu'mineen is. After his martyrdom, they still attack Abul Hassan. He says, Ya Abul Hassan, I will never do bara'ah against you. Amir al-Mu'mineen says to him, they will tell you Ali is a kafir. Allah, never say this in your life, for Ali always worshipped Allah. You know what they said when Amir al-Mu'mineen was struck in the mihrab of Kufa? They said, Ali, was he in the mosque? They couldn't believe that Ali would attend the masjid. This was the work of the enemy. This was the work of the mal'oon against Abul Hassan. Come to his final moments. Come to where Hassan and Hussein are by the side of their father. Zainab is crying. Kulthum is lamenting. Ali is between life and death. His eyes are opening and closing. His body is weakened. He is doing the adhkar of Allah. Perhaps he is doing the dhikr. Ilahi ridan birdak. La ma'buda siwak. Tasliman bi'amrik. Oh Allah, I am pleased with what you are pleased with. I accept my path. I accept my destiny. A moment comes that the heavens cry out. Have sabar ya ibn al-Haydar. Have sabar bint al-Haydar. Oh, the sons of Ali, have sabr, have patience. Oh, the daughters of Ali, have patience. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Amir al-Mu'mineen has left this world. There is no life in the body of Abul Hassan. The burial begins, my dear brothers and sisters. Today is that day that Hassan and Hussein have to relive the tragedy of their mother. Now it is their father. They begin to wash the body of Abul Hassan. Zainab brings some dust to place upon the shroud of Abul Hassan. This dust, narration say, is from Jibreel. When they place Abul Hassan in his coffin, in his casket, when they pick him up, they say two lights begin to carry the body of Abul Hassan from the front. Some say this is Mikael and Jibreel. Hassan and Hussein follow their father father. Abul Fadl and the rest of the sons follow their father. They come to a point, there is some plaque, a stone on the ground. When they pick up this plaque, there is a grave already buried upon it. There is some writing in Syriac, in the language of Prophet Nuh. It says 70 years before the storm of Nuh, Nabi Nuh has buried this for the wasi of Rasulullah. Your tragedy is not only lamented in this time, it was lamented in every moment of history, but every prophet of Allah. Imagine the scenes. Hassan and Hussein, they place Ali into the ground, they bury their father, they then cover the grave with a plaque. They say when they looked in the grave, the body of Ali was no longer there. A voice comes out, Ali the wasi has returned to Rasulullah. What did he tell you about? My dear brothers and sisters, what impact the death, the martyrdom of Ali had upon the world. When Imam Hassan and Hussein went back towards their home, they saw in the jungle there is a man, a blind man who was crying and lamenting. This is Hassan and Hussein. They cannot leave this man alone. They went to him. They said, oh man, why do you lament alone in the jungle? He says, I have a disease, leprosy. He had leprosy. He says, the world has abandoned me. There was a stranger who would visit me every night. He would feed me with his own hands. He would cleanse me. But 3 days this stranger has not come. Hassan says to him, do you know about this man? Do you know where he lives? Do you know anything about him? He says, oh man, I do not know anything about him. But you know what he used to do? He would complain about the world. He would tell me about his sorrows. But let me tell you, oh man, the way he spoke is the same way you speak to me right now. Hassan says, come with me, my man, come with me, stranger. He takes the blind man to the grave of Amir al-Mu'mineen. He says, that stranger you lament for is buried in this grave. He begins to cry out. They say the man was killed from the grief of Ali. I say, dear brothers and sisters, if this man could not bear this tragedy, then come to Karbala. Jabir ibn Ansari is looking for the grave of Abu Abdullah. He is also a blind companion. He asked his servant to help him find the grave of Hussein until he finds a grave. What does it say upon this grave? هذا قبر الحسين قتل الشان. This is the grave of Hussein who was killed thirsty. I ask, oh Abul Hassan, Hassan and Hussein buried you, but who buried Hussein? There is an Ali called Zainul Abidin. 3 days after Karbala, he buries Imam al-Hussein. Do you know what they say? Banu Asad narrates, when Imam Sajjad buried his father, we saw that he got up and then he would fall down. He would get up and then he would fall down. They say, Ya Imam Sajjad, can we not help you? He says, no, only an Imam can bury an Imam. So why do you fall? Why do you get up again and again? He says, when I try to lift the body of my father from one side, the other side would fall down. If I pick him up from the left, the right would fall down. Why, Imam? For they crushed my father under the hooves of the horses. If you cannot bear this tragedy, I want to end with one last Muslimah, my dear brothers and sisters. Bear with me. If you cannot bear this tragedy, I have one question to ask my Imam, to ask Imam Zain al-Abidin. Was it more difficult to bury your father Hussein, or was it more difficult to bury your younger sister in the presence of Syed wa Ruqayya? What did they do to this orphan when she was killed? A doctor came. The woman says when she looked at the body, she cried out. They said to the woman, why do you cry at this body? She says, did this girl die of a serious illness? They say, why do you say this? I have never seen so many wounds and bruises upon such a young girl. No, woman, this is the beatings from Sham to Karbala to Kufa. Sallallahu alayhi ya Mawlay Ya Ibna Rasulallah. Sallallahu alayhi ya Mawlay Ya Aba Abdullah. Sallallahu alayhi ya Mawla Mawlana al-Gharib Ya Waliyana al-Murtada Ya Haydar, Ya Haydar. Brothers, stand for Matam. Ya Haydar, Ya Haydar, Ya Haydar, Ya Haydar, Ya Haydar. Come forward, brothers. Form the lines. Join. This is the day of Shahada. This is where the heavens cry with you. Do not be shy with your altam. Do not be shy with the beatings of your chest. Come forward, please, brothers. Come forward with the loudest of your voices. Ya Haydar, Ya Haydar. Come forward. Form lines here, inshallah. Ya Haydar. Come forward, inshallah. Form lines here. Ya Haydar. Do not be shy, brothers. Help me. Ya Haydar. Ashhadu anna Aliyun waliyul. Raise your hands, do not, just raise your hands. This is bay'ah. Tonight, Ya Sahib al-Zaman. With these words, we give bay'ah. Everyone raise your hands. Ashhadu anna Aliyun waliyullah. Ashhadu anna Ali. Everyone raise your hands. Ashhadu anna Aliyun waliyullah. Ashhadu anna. Louder, louder. Ashhadu anna Aliyun waliyullah. The walls of Kufa cry with you. What? Ashhadu anna Aliyun waliyullah. Ashhadu anna Aliyun waliyullah. La ashhadu anna Aliyun waliyullah.
أشهد أن عليا ولي الله أشهد أن أشهد أن عليا ولي الله أشهد أن أشهد أن عليا ولي الله أشهد أن يا علي يا علي يا علي واي يا علي يا علي يا علي واي يا علي يا علي يا علي مولا علي واي يا علي يا علي يا علي یا علی یا علی یا علی وای یا علی یا علی یا علی مولا علی مولا علی وای یا علی یا علی یا علی آی یا علی یا علی یا علی وای یا علی یا علی یا علی مولا علی مولا علی وای یا علی یا علی یا علی وای یا علی یا علی یا علی مولا علی مولا علی. I want to hit everyone. Why? With your hearts, brothers. Why? MashaAllah. Why? Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali. Why? Ya Ali, Ya Ali. Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Ali. Why? Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Mawla. The orphans cry out, Ya Ali, no one here to show us mercy. The orphans cry out, Ya Ali, no one here to show us mercy. We are left alone once again. Kufa is now nothing but pain, nothing but pain. The orphans cry out, Ya Ali, the orphans cry out, MashaAllah, no one here to show us mercy. We are left alone once again. Kufa is now nothing but pain, nothing but pain. Why can you hear our cry, Murtada? Why your children now alone, Murtada? Why do not forget about Allah in Karbala, in Karbala. Why Karbala, Karbala, Karbala. Why? Why Karbala, 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 Ya Karbala. Why Karbala? Loud inshallah. Why? Why Karbala, 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 Ya لا شوریده و شیدای تو هم شیرینی رویای منی شوریده و شیدای تو هم شیرینی رویای منی تا به قیامت پای تو هم دین منی دنیای منی آقای منی آقای منی با شهیدان تو یا حسین بر سر خوان تو یا حسین به دلم حسرت کربلا یا کربلا وای کربلا 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 وای کربلا یا کربلا فانی در ذات احدی جان ابو فاضل مددی فانی در ذات احدی جان ابو فاضل مددی عاشق عشق نام تو هم صاحب من ارباب منی آقای منی ساکن کربلا یا حسین وای خاک کویت شفا یا حسین وای به دلم حسرت کربلا یا کربلا وای کربلا کربلا
To Karbala, Karbala, Karbala. I left my heart in Karbala from Karbala, Karbala. To Karbala, Karbala. I left my heart in from Karbala, Karbala, to Karbala, Karbala. I left my heart in the hand of God that nurtures the young, the hand of God that nurtures the young. Speaking for Allah, you were the tongue, separating his right from the wrong. Elevated in Karbala, the ship that sails with me through the waves, and whoever boards your ship is saved, immune from the punishment from the grave. Whoever mourned you in Karbala, when will we meet again, Ya Hussein? When will we meet again, Ya Hussein? When under your dome will I breathe again? From Najaf will I walk to Karbala, from Karbala, Karbala, to Karbala, Karbala. I left my heart in. With your voices, brothers, from Karbala, to Karbala, Karbala. The luminous moon lightens the way. The luminous moon lightens the way. The rising sun that brightens my day. Heaven without you would be in flames. You're the heaven in Karbala. Your visitors offer you their hands. Your visitors offer you their hands. Enemies will never understand. How can the water lose to the sand? How can the dirt win in Karbala? Oh, heaven is opening, Ya Hussein. Oh, heaven is opening, Ya. Oh, angels descending, Ya Hussein. Oh, they are reciting in Karbala, from Karbala, Karbala.
Karbala, I left my heart in Karbala, Karbala. La ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, Muhammadan Rasulullah. La ilaha illallah, la ilaha Muhammadan Rasulullah. Aliyun waliyullah, Aliyun waliyullah, Aliyun waliyullah. Nod Ali يا مظهر العجائب نادى علي عجائب تجده نلك في اللوائب كل هم وغم سينجلي كل هم بعظمتك يا الله بعظمتك with everyone's hands raised بعظمتك بنبوتك يا محمد بنبوتك to Medina بنبوتك بفلايتك علي 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 اللهم عجل وليك الفرج اللهم عجل وليك الفرج اللهم يك الفرج اللهم عجل ولي. Last time with your voices. اللهم ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. اللهم عجل وليك الفرج 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 اللهم عجل وليك الفرج. For the acceptance of this majalis, for the acceptance of your du'as, for these blessings to go towards the marhumin and marhumat, especially the beloved ones who have passed away, from the organizers, from every brother and sister in this majlis, for every shaheed, for every scholar who has passed away, and for those who have no one to recite, for them recite the Surah Fatiha ma'as salawat. It is time for salah, inshallah. Those who do not have wudu, please carry out your wudu through the doors. The bathroom and restrooms are just in front of you. And the rest of you who have your wudu on ready, please prepare the lines, inshallah. We will begin the adhan now.
إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن عليًا ولي الله أشهد أن عليا حجة الله حي على الصلاح حي على الصلاح حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وآله وسلم.
Brothers, can I kindly request that we fill up as much of the space as is possible? There is not much of a gap between the brothers at the end and the sisters, and there's lots of spaces empty at the front. So just come as far to the front as possible, please. Salawat.
Allahumma salli ala.
Hardly anybody
Sorry?
has moved,
Yeah,
so
thank
can I please kindly request that you move forward, please, particularly those brothers at the back. Thank you. We don't want the brothers and the sisters sort of in each other's laps, do we? So just have some sense of respect and hijab. Salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala. الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله أشهد أن عليا حجة الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله. Brothers, while you're standing, please fill in the empty gaps in front of you and inshallah beside you as well. Allahu Akbar. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. استغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر الله أكبر اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد
الله أكبر استغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه الله أكبر
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد
الله أكبر الحمد لله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقل سبحان الله الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد
الله أكبر استغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه الله أكبر
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد يا لطيف ارحم عبدك الذليل الضعيف
الله أكبر الحمد لله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد
Assalamu alaikum.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
Brothers and sisters, the organizers have asked me to speak to you again tonight. They wanted to thank you for the donations given last night, and just to remind you that the target of £21,000 is just to cover this event, no other event. Inshallah, you would agree we've had an exceptional program so far with excellent speeches from Syed and an excellent organization from the volunteers and all our reciters as well. So as you know, the cost of everything has gone up year on year. So one night is costing £3,500. So gone are the days when I can ask for individuals to say, can you sponsor one night? Those days were there before, but £3,500, maybe there are some generous individuals. How much should you donate? Well, the cost per person is £15 per evening, per person or per child. So typically a family of four for the 6 nights is about £360. So if you would like, if any of those of you can to cover your own costs for your own family, you can think of it in that way. If you'd like to feed many other people, please, Bismillah, This is the time, this is the month of giving. Please use this opportunity, a golden opportunity for you to donate to the community. Thank you. Salawat.
اللهم صل على محمد
الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله أشهد أن عليا حجة الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله استغفر الله أكبر بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفر إنه كان توابا الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد
الله أكبر أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه الله أكبر
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد
الله أكبر بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقوم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد الله أكبر اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد ربنا لا تضغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد
الله أكبر أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه الله أكبر
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد
الله أكبر الحمد لله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقام سبحان الله سبحان الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد
الله أكبر أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه الله أكبر
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد
الله أكبر بحول الله وقوته يقوم ويقوم سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر.
سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. يا ولي العافية أسألك العافية، عافية الدين والدنيا والآخرة.
الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له، وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله. إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. اللهم صل على محمد وآل اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرج.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. يا علي يا عظيم يا غفور يا رحيم، أنت الرب العظيم الذي ليس كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير. وهذا شهر عظمته وكرمته وشرفته وفضلته على الشهور، وهو الشهر الذي فرضت صيامه عليه، وهو شهر رمضان الذي أنزلت فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان، وجعلت فيه ليلة القدر وجعلتها خيرا من 1000 شهر. فيا ذا المن ولا يمن عليه، من علي بفكاك رقبتي من النار في من تمن عليه، وأدخلني الجنة برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. وصل اللهم على محمد وآله الطاهرين.
اللهم صل. What are you doing? Are you going up? What? Don't fall down.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. If everyone can please,
One more.
everyone can help out. I mean, roll up the mats, put their turbas back, and inshallah we will be distributing the food. So if everyone could please get themselves stood up and then moved out of the middle way so that we can put down the, we can distribute all the
comfortable?
food. Thank you very much.
What's your name? Hmm? Oh, thank you very much. How are you working? Okay. Good to see you. You well? How's your dad? Is he in town?
Again, brothers and sisters, for those that did not hear me, because I was pretty quiet, we will be distributing food. So if everyone can please help out, and the volunteers can go towards the food area to distribute the food. So if all the, if you could all please make way so that we can distribute the food. Thank you very much.
He did both boats and then after. So he's been there the last few nights. Today's went after.
Something else?
Brothers and sisters, there's about 5 minutes left of the sisters at the back that are still eating to eat. That's about 5 minutes, and then inshallah we'll clear everything up and we'll resume with the program. Thank you very much. Brothers and sisters, we will be starting very shortly, so if everyone can please get themselves sat down. If everyone can please get themselves sat down, all their refreshments with them, anything that needs to be in the bin. Please do settle down, brothers and sisters. We will start very shortly. Again, brothers and sisters, please do settle down. We will be beginning very shortly. Salawat. صلى على محمد وآل محمد. Assalamu alaikum everyone. I hope you're all well. I hope the iftar was to your standards. I'd like to thank the Syed and all the reciters, the Quran reciters at the start, Brother Syed for his spoken word, the Syed for his lecture, Brother Zarim for his Masayib, and Brother Rashid for the Latum. So I'd like to thank them all, and if you can all do so with the loudest of your salawats. Inshallah, brothers and sisters, tonight's itinerary will be a short talk after this by Muhibban Youth Foundation. Following this will be some Quran by Mullah Rashid Haider, then Dua Iftitah by Mullah Rashid Haider, and then after this will be the Amal and Du'as and Quran. Obviously the Amal led by the Syed. So there'll be some Quran, and then obviously Dua Joshan Kabir, inshallah the whole thing, and Dua Tawbah as well. As well as this, brothers and sisters, I'm going to restart everything I just said once all the brothers and sisters are please sat down. Thank you very much. Salawat. Assalamu alaikum everyone. Again, I welcome you all today to the fifth night of our 6-night program with Syed Ammar Naqvi, brought to you by ELIF in collaboration with Mancom and Muhibban Al-Mahdi. Inshallah, tonight's plan even, following this will be a short talk by Muhibban Youth Foundation on what it is they do and who they are. Then some Quran by Mullah Rashid, followed by Dua Iftitah, also by Mullah Rashid. Then during the night from around 10 o'clock towards 2 a.m. there'll be Amals and Du'as, obviously the Amal led by the Syed, and Dua Joshan Kabir, and a few more Du'as and a few more reciters with Quran. Salawat. As well as this, brothers and sisters, for those that do decide to stay all the way through the du'as and the amal, there will be a Burger & Co. seri. So I do urge you all, please do to stay. There'll be Burger & Co. seri. Yes, tonight. Well, very, very good. Very, very, very nice. Quick comment on that actually. This morning, there was about 10 times more sisters than brothers at the very end, which is a bit like, come on, let's get a bit more people in. There was a lot more sisters than brothers, and I'm looking at the brothers right now. I know a lot of you can stay. So it's like I'm looking at you all. I've got all your faces down, so it's like you all do stay. So with the loudest of your salawats, I'd like to welcome Brother Raza to come and talk to you about Muhibban Youth Foundation. So we can welcome him with the loudest of your salawats. They'll settle down in time. صل على محمد وآل محمد. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Raza. I'm here today to briefly talk to you about one of the partnering organizations of the 2024 Ramadan series that we've been having. Alhamdulillah, we've had a fabulous 5 nights filled with fantastic lectures, words of wisdom by our esteemed Syed Ammar Naqvi. So we're very privileged and very honored to have him with us for the 6 nights. Fabulous reciters. We've had Brother Zaygam, Brother Rashid, and everyone that's participated. You know, it's been a phenomenal event, and it's really a credit to our community, and it's a testament to all the hard work and a fostering of unity and collaboration across all 3 organizations, which we're really proud to be part of. So if I could just take a few minutes of your time, if I could ask both the brothers and the sisters, particularly at the back, just to take a seat. Inshallah, we will get the program underway. But I just want to talk to you for a few minutes about some of the work that Muhibban Al-Mahdi Youth Foundation is doing in Manchester, in Greater Manchester and afar, and how with your support we can take that further and hopefully give you a bit of information about who we are and what we do. Salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. There's just a lot of noise in the room, so if we could please just settle everyone down before we proceed, that would be great. Salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And one more please, salawat. So Muhibban is Muhibban Al-Mahdi Youth Foundation, or my foundation. It's a youth organization primarily led to foster activities in all facets and all activities of life. And our mission statement is essentially on the screen there for you all to read. It acts to nurture an all-encompassing, holistic community based on the tenets and value of the Shia Ithna Ashari faith and the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam by fulfilling the potential of its community, which is myself and the people around us, by engaging with wider society, so that's with people that we work, people that we go to school with, engaging in local stakeholders, and people of different faith and ethnicities, and by responding to the needs of humanity, whether it's within our own community, nationally, and even in some cases overseas. And that's what Muhibban's really all about having that holistic view of life, whether it's from a religious point of view, an academic and vocational point of view, whether it's from a financial and career, or whether it's in relation to your health and well-being, and your religiosity and your spirituality. So Muhibban really is an organization which is looking to uplift the community in terms of targeting all aspects of life. Next slide, please. So Muhibban has actually been around for quite a long time. We actually established in 1994, primarily as a Saturday Quran classes organization. And over the years, over the last sort of 3 decades almost, which actually 30 years this year, in fact, we've actually grown considerably and organically in terms of the nature of the events and the services that we offer. I'm sure you're all aware of our religious events that we do. So our flagship Muharram Majalis that we host, notable speakers, Sheikh Abbas Panju, Sheikh Azhar Nasser, we had Sheikh Osama Lattar over Fatimiyya. Again, these are world-renowned speakers. Alhamdulillah, we've come to a point where we're providing a bespoke series, which to be honest is probably unique across the country in terms of the service offerings that we have, the way they're carried out. And alhamdulillah, that's all been possible due to the support and the collaboration of organizations and of the community. So that's one aspect of Muhibban. In terms of what else we do that a lot of people may not necessarily be familiar with, is a lot of work we do in the background in terms of grassroots organizational work with the community on an individual basis.
So we have another branch of the organization called MYF Aspire. So what MYF Aspire does is to nurture talent and youth within our community in terms of providing guidance, whether it's related to career planning, educational advice, help networking in terms of professionals. Alhamdulillah, across the organization we have a directory of professionals and people within the community from all facets. So whether it's in healthcare, whether it's in finance, whether it's in social media or marketing, we have a multitude of breadth and resources within our community. And what MYF Aspire does is tries to engage and link those networks that we have within our community to help inspire, help prosper, and help grow individuals and talents with our community, so they can represent us all effectively on a bigger stage and bigger platform. And another project that we run is Club 313, which is looking at the social and the recreational activities of our youth in terms of providing a platform for social engagement, fostering positive and healthy relationships, and how to engage and develop those relationships with other people from different backgrounds, but particularly within our own community, whether it's Pakistani community, whether it's the Iraqi community, whether it's the Iranian community, the Afghani community. We hold events, particularly for the youth, weekly basis to try and engage them, and that's what Club 313 does, and I'll touch on that. And since our inception, and our focal point has been our Quranic classes, which has been running every Saturday, every weekend at the Islamic Center, and that's where a lot of Muhibban youth, a lot of Muhibban volunteers have grown up and developed long-lasting relationships which have been sort of successful for the 20, 30 years, and it helps instill that bond and also provides that guidance, and those are the things that we've been doing. So as I mentioned, our religious events, you can see some of the pictures there of the speakers that we've invited. We've worked closely with the offices of the Muraja, with Syed Sistani, with Ayatollah Khamenei. We've also done, over COVID, we were only one of the 2, maybe 3 organizations nationally that held a Majalis series. We did a bespoke outdoor drive-in Majalis series. So these are some of the events that we do from a religious point of view. Not just Majalis, but also Milads, and we've held many successful events. Next slide, please. And again, like I touched on about MYF Aspire, so some of the aspects of MYF Aspire is about development, mentorship, and guidance. So we provide a careers coaching service. So for anyone that is unsure about in terms of vocation, what they want to do with life, what their passions, what their hobbies are, then we can put them in touch with like-minded individuals who can provide that guidance and that support and that mentorship over the years to help sort of succeed on their academic and vocational journey. Again, as I mentioned, our professional networking, our Club 313, and guidance in terms of careers advice, whether it's at college level, whether it's at school, or whether it's at university level. Salawat. Next slide, please. So Club 313 really focuses on the social aspect. So we have a football league that we're running at the moment, which is in its 3rd inception, League 313, which has been successful and well attended from all facets of the community. We have over about 150 brothers that come on a weekly basis every Friday to play football in part of our league, and it helps develop good friendships, good relationships, and there's a bit of healthy competition and healthy spirit on the football pitch. So I'm sure a lot of the brothers here that are here today play in that league, and they will say good things about it. We've recently about to launch a sisters only club as well, which will be starting. As part of Muhibban, we're trying to push more representation for the females, from the sisters' point of view, and I think that's something we've lacked within the community. So we've got a newly established sisters committee with a new sisters lead. Inshallah, that's something that we'll be publishing as well soon. And again, as I mentioned, we've got a weekly social club for the boys as well. Next slide, please. So again, just as I finish off, this is sort of 2023, 2024 sort of inception so far. Just a brief nutshell, really, of some of the events that we do. And this is not an exhaustive list, so you can see we're very active throughout the year with a whole host of programs targeting a whole host of range and types of programs as well. You know, you can see we've got a hike on there, we've got a kids crash club, we've got a majalis, we've got a milad, we've got workshops. So, you know, we cover a wide variety of programs and initiatives. And definitely, if this is something that you'd love to be part of and involved in, then please do reach out to us. Next slide, please. So in terms of, before I finish, a couple of upcoming events just for your diaries. Inshallah, we're partnering with Manchester FA to hold a Eid fair for the families and for a football tournament, which is being sponsored and run by Manchester FA. So that will take place on the 27th of April at Wally Range Sports Club. So inshallah, if you're interested in participating or playing, then feel free to come along, register a team. It's subsidized heavily by the FA and by my foundation. Inshallah, it'll be a great event, and there will be stalls for all the family in terms of food, activities, raffles, fun fair, etc. So please stay tuned to our socials for that. We also have a hike that's coming up as well to Scarfield Pike in the Lake District. Again, that's open for all families, brothers and sisters. Inshallah, we usually have a scholar with us who does the hike, and then we have a spiritual talk at the top of wherever we are. So our last hike, we had Sheikh Nabil Awan with us. So inshallah, there will be another guide with us on this hike. So definitely, it's a great day out. And yeah, please do join us. Last slide, please. So for those of you that don't get any updates in terms of our events, then please, there is a QR code which you can scan. That will take you to our broadcast group. And it'll give you all the events in terms of what we've got coming up. Please do follow us on our socials at My Foundation UK on Instagram or myfoundation.org.uk. Inshallah, all our events there. And if you want to get involved, then please do drop us a message. And inshallah, we look forward to welcoming you at our events, inshallah, in the future. Salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And I think my final point is just to reiterate how fantastic and what a privilege it's been to have this series. And inshallah, as Zafar Bhai mentioned, we've got a fundraising target of £21,000. So please, we're over halfway there, and we've got 2 nights left. And as you can imagine, an event of this magnitude, there are so many things to consider, not just which are apparent, but which are also hidden in terms of venue cost, hiring of the premises, the equipment that we have, the iftar that we're serving, the creche facilities that we have, the social media activities that go into it, and we're catering, for a 5-6 hour program, which is no mean feat. So please, I'd encourage you all again to take on board the QR code, speak to volunteers, understand what goes into holding an event like this. And we look forward to your contributions, your donations, inshallah, and hopefully we can reach that target by the end of tomorrow night. So we've got tomorrow night, please, to reach that target. Thank you so much for your time. Salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Salawat. Thank you, Brother Reza, on informing us all on Mohiban and what it is that they do. Personally, I actually was a part of League 313. I was a goalkeeper for Brother Reza's team. I was an okay goalkeeper. Not the best, not the worst, but I encourage all the brothers. It's like 2 hours on a Friday night, and it's so much fun. You meet so many new people, and it's just so fun. So I'd recommend you all just to try it out and make a team with all your mates, or just join a new team, meet new people. It's so fun, and you get to meet new people. Like, what more do you want? So before I invite Mullah Rashid to come recite some Quran, I've noticed there's a lot of kids running around. So if the parents wouldn't mind just keeping their kids with them and keeping an eye on them, I'm sure many of you know this, and I've been repeating it quite a bit now. 2 days ago, we had a kid in a treadmill. So please do keep them close to you. We don't want any accidents. We don't want any incidents. So with the loudest of your salawats, I'd now like to invite Mullah Rashid to come write some Quran. Salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إذا السماء انشقت وأذنت لربها وحقت وإذا الأرض مدت وألقت ما فيها وتخلت وأذنت لربها وحقت يا أيها الإنسان إنك كادح إلى ربك كدحا فملاقيه فأما من أوتي كتابه بيمينه فأما من أوتي كتابه بيمينه فأما من أوتي كتابه بيمينه فسوف يحاسب حسابا يسيرا فسوف يحاسب حسابا يسيرا وينقلب إلى أهله مسرورا. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر فصل لربك وانحر إن شانئك هو الأبتر. صدق الله العلي العظيم. اللهم صل وسلم على رسول الله وآله الأطهار. على رسول الله وآله الأطهار. صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. Inshallah, we are going to start with dua iftitah. Before I begin, please recite another loud salat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم إني أفتتح الثناء بحمدك وأنت مسدد للصواب بمنك، وأيقنت أنك أنت أرحم الراحمين في موضع العفو والرحمة، وأشد المعاقبين في موضع النكال والنقمة، وأعظم المتجبرين في موضع الكبرياء والعظمة. اللهم أذنت لي في دعائك ومسألتك، فاسمع يا سميع مدحتي، وأجب يا رحيم دعوتي، وأقل يا غفور عثرتي. فكم يا إلهي من كربة قد فرجتها، وهموم قد كشفتها، وعثرة قد أقلتها، ورحمة قد نشرتها، وحلقة بلاء قد فككتها. الحمد لله الذي لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا، ولم يكن له شريك في الملك، ولم يكن له ولي من الذل، وكبره تكبيرا. الحمد لله بجميع محامده كلها، على جميع نعمه كلها. الحمد لله الذي لا مضاد له في ملكه، ولا منازع له في أمره. الحمد لله الذي لا شريك له في خلقه، ولا شبيه له في عظمته. الحمد لله الفاشي في الخلق أمره وحمده، الظاهر بالكرم مجده، الباسط بالجود يداه، الذي لا تنقص خزائنه ولا تزيده كثرة العطاء إلا جودا وكرما. إنه هو العزيز الوهاب. اللهم إني أسألك قليلا من كثير، مع حاجة بي إليه عظيما، وغناك عنه قديم، وهو عندي كثير، وهو عليك سهل يسير. اللهم إن عفوك عن ذنبي، وتجاوزك عن خطيئتي، وصفحك عن ظلمي، وسترك على قبيح عملي وحلمك عن كثير جرمي عندما كان من خطئي وعمدي أطمعني في أن أسألك ما لا أستوجب منك الذي رزقتني من رحمتك وأريتني من قدرتك وعرفتني من إجابتك فصرت أدعوك آمنا وأسألك مستانسا لا خائفا ولا وجلا مدلا عليك فيما قصدت فيه إليك فإن أبطأ عني عتبت بجهلي عليك ولعل الذي أبطأ عني هو خير لي لعلمك بعاقبة الأمور فلم أر مولا كريما أصبر على عبد لئيم منك علي يا رب إنك تدعوني فأولي عنك وتتحبب إلي فتبغض إليك وتتودد إلي فلا أقبل منك كأن لي التطول عليك فلم يمنعك ذلك من الرحمة لي والإحسان إلي والتفضل علي بجودك وكرمك فارحم عبدك الجاهل وجد عليه بفضل إحسانك إنك جواد كريم الحمد لله مالك الملك مجري الفلك مسخر الرياح فالق الإصباح ديان الدين رب العالمين الحمد لله على حلمه بعد علمه والحمد لله على عفوه بعد قدرته والحمد لله على طول أناته في غضبه وهو قادر على ما يريد الحمد لله خالق الخلق باسط الرزق فالق الإصباح ذي الجلال والإكرام والفضل والإنعام الذي بعد فلا يرى وقرب فشهد النجوى تبارك وتعالى الحمد لله الذي ليس له منازع يعادله ولا شبيه يشاكله ولا ظهير يعاضده قهر بعزته الأعزاء وتواضع لعظمته العظماء فبلغ بقدرته ما يشاء الحمد لله الذي يجيبني حين أنادي ويستر علي كل عورة وأنا آصي ويعظم النعمة علي فلا أجازي فكم من موهبة هنيئة قد أعطاني وعظيمة مخوفة قد كفاني وبهجة مونقة قد أراني فأثني عليه حامدا وأذكر مسبحا الحمد لله الذي لا يحتك حجابه ولا يغلق بابه ولا يرد سائل ولا يخيب آمل. الحمد لله الذي يؤمن الخائفين وينجي الصالحين ويرفع المستضعفين ويضع المستكبرين ويهلك ملوكا ويستخلف آخرين. والحمد لله قاصم الجبارين مبير الظالمين مدرك الهاربين نكال الظالمين صريخ المستصرخين موضع حاجات الطالبين معتمدي المؤمنين. الحمد لله الذي من خشيته ترعد السماء وسكانها وترجف الأرض وعمارها وتموج البحار ومن يسبح في غمراتها. الحمد لله الذي هدانا لهذا وما كنا لنهتدي لولا أن هدانا الله. الحمد لله الذي يخلق ولم يخلق ويرزق ولا يرزق ويطعم ولا يطعم ويميت الأحياء ويحيي الموتى وهو حي لا يموت بيده الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير. اللهم صل على محمد عبدك ورسولك وأمينك وصفيك وحبيبك وخيرتك من خلقك وحافظ سرك ومبلغ رسالاتك أفضل وأحسن وأجمل وأكمل وأزكى وأنمى وأطيب وأطهر وأسنى وأكثر ما صليت وباركت وترحمت وتحننت وسلمت على أحد من عبادك وأنبيائك ورسلك وصفوتك وأهل الكرامة عليك من خلقك. اللهم وصل على علي أمير المؤمنين ووصي رسول رب العالمين عبدك ووليك وأخي رسولك وحجتك على خلقك وآيتك الكبرى والنبأ العظيم. وصل على الصديقة الطاهرة فاطمة سيدة نساء العالمين وصل على سبطي الرحمة وإمامي الهدى الحسن والحسين سيدي شباب أهل الجنة. وصل على أئمة المسلمين علي بن الحسين ومحمد بن علي وجعفر بن محمد وموسى بن جعفر وعلي بن موسى ومحمد وعلي بن محمد والحسن والخلف الهادي المهدي حججك على عبادك وأمنائك في بلادك صلاة كثيرة دائمة. اللهم وصل على ولي أمرك القائم المؤمل والعدل المنتظر وحفه بملائكتك المقربين وأيده بروح القدس يا رب العالمين. اللهم اجعله الداعي إلى كتابك والقائم بدينك استخلفه في الأرض كما استخلفت الذين من قبله. مكن له دينه الذي ارتضيته له. أبدله من بعد خوفه أمنا يعبدك لا يشرك بك شيئا. اللهم أعزه وأعزز به، وانصره وانتصر به، وانصره نصرا عزيزا، وافتح له فتحا يسيرا، واجعل له من لدنك سلطانا نصيرا. اللهم أظهر به دينك وسنة نبيك حتى لا يستخفي بشيء من الحق مخافة أحد من الخلق. اللهم إنا نرغب إليك في دولة كريمة تعز بها الإسلام وأهله، وتذل بها النفاق وأهله، وتجعلنا فيها من الدعاة إلى طاعتك والقادة إلى سبيلك، وترزقنا بها كرامة الدنيا والآخرة. اللهم ما عرفتنا من الحق فحملنا، وما قصرنا عنه فبلغنا. اللهم المم به شعثنا، واشعب به صدعنا، وارتق به فتقنا، وكثر به قلتنا، وأعزز به ذلتنا، وأغن به عائلنا، واقض به عن مغرمنا، واجبر به فقرنا، وسد به خلتنا، ويسر به عسرنا، وبيض به وجوهنا، وفك به أسرنا، وأنجح به طلبتنا، وأنجز به مواعيدنا، واستجب به دعوتنا، واعطنا به سؤلنا، وبلغنا به من الدنيا والآخرة آمالنا، واعطنا به فوق رغبتنا يا خير المسؤولين وأوسع المعطين. اشف به صدورنا، وأذهب به غيظ قلوبنا، واهدنا به لما اختلف فيه من الحق بإذنك، إنك تهدي من تشاء إلى صراط مستقيم. وانصرنا به على عدوك وعدونا إله الحق. آمين. اللهم إنا نشكو إليك فقد نبينا صلواتك عليه وآله، وغيبة ولينا، وكثرة عدونا، وقلة عددنا، وشدة الفتن بنا، وتظاهر الزمان علينا. فصل على محمد وآله، وأعنا على ذلك بفتح منك تعجل، وبذر تكشف، ونصر تعز، وسلطان حق تظهر، ورحمة منك تجللناها، وعافية منك تلبسناها، برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. وصلى اللهم على سيدنا ونبينا محمد وآل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين.
inshallah, we will now begin with the Amal. So if everyone can please make sure they've got a turba and a Quran with them, and inshallah we'll start with the Amal as soon as the Syed is ready. Salawat. Testing. أفلح من صلى على محمد وآل محمد. Inshallah, we'll be starting right now, so I hope everyone's ready. Inshallah, we'll be starting right now.
Brilliant. No, that's right. Yeah. No, thank you very much. صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. Inshallah, we will now begin with the A'mal. So, can we start with the 2 rak'at prayer where we have Surah Fatiha once, Surah Ikhlas 7 times in both rak'ats. And inshallah, once we finish that, we will begin with the dhikr of istighfar. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. 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 الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. 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 الله أكبر. Now, inshallah, we will begin with the dhikr of astaghfirullah wa atubu alayh. As per usual, inshallah, do bear in mind the sins that you are asking for forgiveness for, so that inshallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala cleanses and purifies our soul from these illnesses. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. أستغفر الله وأتوب إليه 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 صلوات على محمد وعلى محمد.
Okay, inshallah, we're now going to start the Amal of the Holy Quran. If we could please open up the Quran and place it on our heads. And inshallah, we are going to start with the dua. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Sorry, the Quran, keep it in your hands for now. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد اللهم إني أسألك بكتابك المنزل وما فيه وفيه اسمك الأكبر وأسماؤك الحسنى وما يخاف ويرجى أن تجعلني من عتقائك من النار. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. حاجات. Now inshallah we're going to place the Quran on our heads and recite the following dua. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Allahumma bihaqqi hadha al-Quran wa bihaqqi man arsaltahu bih wa bihaqqi kulli mu'minin madahtahu fih wa bihaqqika alayhim فلا أحد أعرف بحقك منك. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. Now inshallah we're going to be reciting the following 10 times. بك يا الله 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 بمحمد 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 بعلي 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 بفاطمة 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 بالحسن 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 بالحسين 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 بعلي بن الحسين 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 بمحمد بن علي 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 بجعفر بن محمد 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 بموسى بن جعفر 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 بعلي بن موسى 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 بمحمد بن علي 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 بعلي بن محمد 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 بالحسن بن علي 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 بالحسن بن علي. Let's all rise in honor of Imam al-Mahdi عجل الله تعالى فرجه الشريف. بالحجة 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 حاجات حاجات.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. On this night of Qadr we do ziyarah of Imam al-Hussein. Allahumma arzuqni
زيارة القبر الحسين عليه السلام هوا وهات ينفو كربلاء هوا وهات ينفو أبا عبد الله. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليك يا ابن رسول الله. السلام عليك يا ابن أمير المؤمنين. السلام عليك يا ابن صديقة طاهرة فاطمة سيدة نساء العالمين. السلام عليك يا مولاي يا أبا عبد الله ورحمة الله وبركاته. أشهد أنك قد أقمت الصلاة وآتيت الزكاة وأمرت بالمعروف ونهيت عن المنكر وتلوت الكتاب حق تلاوته وجاهدت في الله حق جهاده وصبرت على الأذى في جنبه محتسبا حتى أتاك اليقين. أشهد أن الذين خالفوك وحاربوك والذين خذلوك والذين قتلوك ملعونون على لسان النبي الأمي وقد خاب من افترى. لعن الله ظالمين لكم من الأولين والآخرين وضاعف عليهم العذاب الأليم. وأتيتك يا مولاي أتيتك يا أبا عبد الله أتيتك يا سيدي يا ابن رسول الله زائرا عارفا بحقك مواليا لأوليائك معاديا لأعدائك مستمسرا بالهدى الذي أنت عليه عارفا بالدلالة من خالفك فاشفع لي عند ربك فاشفع لي عند ربك. السلام عليك يا حجة الله في أرضه والسماء. صلى الله على روحك الطيب وجسدك الطاهر وعليك السلام يا مولاي ورحمة الله وبركاته. زيار علي بن الحسين. السلام عليك يا مولاي وابن مولاي ورحمة الله وبركاته. لعن الله من ظلمك ولعن الله من قتلك وضاعف عليهم العذاب العليم. زيارة شهداء كربلاء. السلام عليكم أيها الصديقون. السلام عليكم أيها الشهداء الصابرون. أشهد أنكم جاهدتم في سبيل الله وصبرتم على الأذى في جنب الله ونصحتم لله ولرسوله حتى أتاكم اليقين. أشهد أنكم أحياء عند ربكم ترزقون. فجزاكم الله عن الإسلام وأهله أفضل جزاء المحسنين وجمع بيننا وبينكم في محل النعيم. زيارة العباس بن علي. السلام عليك يا ابن أمير المؤمنين السلام عليك يا أيها العبد الصالح المطيع لله ولرسوله. أشهد أنك قد جاهدت ونسحت وصبرت حتى أتاك اليقين. لعن الله الظالمين لكم من الأولين والآخرين، والحقهم بدرك الجحيم. صلوا على محمد وآل محمد.
Now, inshallah, we will proceed with the Amal as recommended for the 23rd night with Surah Ankabut. Inshallah, salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad.
حسب الناس أن يتركوا أن يقولوا آمنا وهم لا يفتنون. ولقد فتنا الذين من قبلهم فليعلمن الله الذين صدقوا وليعلمن الذين كاذبين. أم حسب الذين يعملون السيئات أن يسبقونا ساء ما يحكمون. من كان يرجو لقاء الله فإن أجل الله لآت وهو السميع العليم. ومن جاهد فإنما يجاهد لنفسه إن الله لغني عن العالمين. والذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات لنكفرن عنهم سيئاتهم ولنجزينهم أحسن الذي كانوا يعملون. ووصينا الإنسان بوالديه حسنا وإن جاهداك لتشرك بي ما ليس لك به علم فلا تطعهما إلي مرجعكم فأنبئكم بما كنتم تعملون. والذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات لندخلنهم في الصالحين. ومن الناس من يقول آمنا بالله فإذا أوذي في الله جعل فتنة الناس كعذاب الله ولئن جاء نصر من ربك ليقولن إنا كنا معكم أوليس الله بأعلم بما في صدور العالمين. وليعلمن الله الذين آمنوا وليعلمن المنافقين. وقال الذين كفروا للذين آمنوا اتبعوا سبيلنا ولنحمل خطاياكم وما هم بحاملين من خطاياهم من شيء إنهم لكاذبون. وليحملن أثقالهم وأثقالا مع أثقالهم وليسألن يوم القيامة عما كانوا يفترون. ولقد أرسلنا نوحا إلى قومه فلبث فيهم 1000 سنة إلا 50 عاما فلبث فيهم ألف سنة إلا 50 عاما فأخذهم الطوفان وهم ظالمون فأنجيناه وأصحابه السفينة وجعلناها آية للعالمين وإبراهيم إذ قال لقومه اعبدوا الله واتقوه ذلكم خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون إنما تعبدون من دون الله أوثانا وتخلقون إفكا إن الذين تعبدون من دون الله لا يملكون لكم رزقا فابتغوا عند الله الرزق واعبدوه واشكروا له إليه ترجعون وإن تكذبوا فقد كذب الأمم من قبلكم وما على الرسول إلا البلاغ المبين أولم يروا كيف يبدئ الله الخلق ثم يعيده إن ذلك على الله يسير قل سيروا في الأرض فانظروا كيف بدأ الخلق ثم الله ينشئ النشأة الآخرة إن الله على كل شيء قدير يعذب من يشاء ويرحم من يشاء وإليه تقلبون وما أنتم بمعجزين في الأرض ولا في السماء وما لكم من دون الله من ولي ولا نصير والذين كفروا بآيات الله ولقائه أولئك يئسوا من رحمتي وأولئك لهم عذاب أليم فما كان جواب قومه إلا أن قالوا اقتلوه أو حرقوه فأنجاه الله من النار إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يؤمنون وقال إنما اتخذتم من دون الله أوثانا مودة بينكم في الحياة الدنيا ثم يوم القيامة يكفر بعضكم ببعض ويلعن بعضكم بعضا ومأواكم النار وما لكم من ناصرين فآمن له لوط وقال إني مهاجر إلى ربي إنه هو العزيز الحكيم ووهبنا له إسحاق ويعقوب وجعلنا في ذريته النبوة والكتاب وآتيناه أجره في الدنيا وإنه في الآخرة لمن الصالحين ولوطا إذ قال لقومه إنكم لتأتون الفاحشة ما سبقكم بها من أحد من العالمين أئنكم لتأتون الرجال وتقطعون السبيل وتأتون في ناديكم المنكر فما كان جواب قومه إلا أن قال ائتنا بعذاب الله إن كنت من الصادقين قال رب انصرني على قوم المفسدين ولما جاءت رسلنا إبراهيم بالبشرى قالوا إنا مهلكو أهل هذه القرية إن أهلها كانوا ظالمين قال إن فيها لوطا قالوا نحن أعلم بمن فيها لننجينه وأهله إلا امرأته كانت من الغابرين ولما أن جاءت رسلنا لوطا سيء بهم وضاق بهم ذرعا وقالوا لا تخف ولا تحزن إنا منجوك وأهلك إلا امرأتك كانت من الغابرين إنا منزلون على أهل هذه القرية رجزا من السماء بما كانوا يفسقون ولقد تركنا منها آية بينة لقوم يعقلون وإلى مدين أخاهم شعيبا فقال يا قوم اعبدوا الله وارجوا اليوم الآخر ولا تعثوا في الأرض مفسدين فكذبوه فأخذتهم الرجفة فأصبحوا في دارهم جاثمين وعادا وثمود وقد تبين لكم من مساكنهم وزين لهم الشيطان أعمالهم فصدهم عن السبيل وكانوا مستبصرين وقارون وفرعون وهامان ولقد جاءهم موسى بالبينات فاستكبروا في الأرض وما كانوا سابقين فكلا أخذنا بذنبه فمنهم من أرسلنا عليه حاسبا ومنهم من أخذته الصيحة ومنهم من خسفنا به الأرض ومنهم من أغرقنا وما كان الله ليظلمهم ولكن كانوا أنفسهم يظلمون مثل الذين اتخذوا من دون الله أولياء كمثل العنكبوت اتخذت بيتا وإن أوهن البيوت لبيت العنكبوت لو كانوا يعلمون إن الله يعلم ما يدعون من دونه من شيء وهو العزيز الحكيم وتلك الأمثال نضربها للناس وما يعقلها إلا العالمون خلق الله السماوات والأرض بالحق إن في ذلك لآية للمؤمنين أتل ما أوحي إليك من الكتاب وأقم الصلاة إن الصلاة تنهى عن الفحشاء والمنكر ولذكر الله أكبر والله يعلم ما تصنعون ولا تجادلوا أهل الكتاب إلا بالتي هي أحسن إلا الذين ظلموا منهم وقولوا آمنا بالذي أنزل إلينا وأنزل إليكم وإلهنا وإلهكم واحد ونحن له مسلمون وكذلك أنزلنا إليك الكتاب فالذين آتيناهم الكتاب يؤمنون به ومن هؤلاء من يؤمن به وما يجحد بآياتنا إلا الكافرون وما كنت تتلو من قبله من كتاب ولا تخطه بيمينك إذا لارتاب المبطلون بل هو آيات بينات في صدور الذين أوتوا العلم وما يجحد بآياتنا إلا الظالمون وقالوا لولا أنزل عليه آيات من ربه قل إنما الآيات عند الله وإنما أنا نذير مبين أولم يكفهم أنا أنزلنا عليك الكتاب يتلى عليهم إن في ذلك لرحمة وذكرى لقوم يؤمنون قل كفى بالله بيني وبينكم شهيدا يعلم ما في السماوات والأرض والذين آمنوا بالباطل وكفروا بالله أولئك هم الخاسرون ويستعجلونك بالعذاب ولولا أجل مسمى لجاءهم العذاب وليأتينهم بغتة وهم لا يشعرون يستعجلونك بالعذاب وإن جهنم لمحيطة بالكافرين يوم يغشاهم العذاب من فوقهم ومن تحت أرجلهم ويقول ذوقوا ما كنتم تعملون يا عبادي الذين آمنوا إن أرضي واسعة فإياي فاعبدون كل نفس ذائقة الموت ثم إلينا ترجعون والذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات لنبوئنهم من الجنة غرفا تجري من تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها نعم أجر العاملين الذين صبروا وعلى ربهم يتوكلون وكأي من دابة لا تحمل رزقها الله يرزقها وإياكم وهو السميع العليم ولئن سألتهم من خلق السماوات والأرض وسخر الشمس والقمر ليقولن الله فأنى يؤفكون الله يبسط الرزق لمن يشاء من عباده ويقدر له إن الله بكل شيء عليم ولئن سألتهم من نزل من السماء ماء فأحيا به الأرض من بعد موتها ليقولن الله قل الحمد لله بل أكثرهم لا يعقلون وما هذه الحياة الدنيا إلا لهو ولعب وإن الدار الآخرة لهي الحيوان لو كانوا يعلمون فإذا ركبوا في الفلك دعوا الله مخلصين له الدين فلما نجاهم إلى البر إذا هم يشركون ليكفروا بما آتيناهم وليتمتعوا فسوف يعلمون أولم يروا أنا جعلنا حرما آمنا ويتخطف الناس من حولهم أفبنعمة الله يكفرون ومن أظلم ممن افترى على الله كذبا أو كذب بالحق لما جاءه أليس في جهنم مثوى للكافرين والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا وإن الله لمع المحسنين صدق الله العلي العظيم الله
صلوات أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ولقد اخترناهم على علم على العالمين وآتيناهم من الآيات ما فيه بلاء شجرة الزقوم طعام الأثيم كالمهل يغلي في البطون كغلي الحميم خذوه فاعتلوه إلى سواء الجحيم ثم صبوا فوق رأسه من عذاب الحميم ذق إنك أنت العزيز الكريم إن هذا ما كنتم به تمترون إن المتقين في مقام أمين في جنات وعيون يلبسون من سندس واستبرق متقابلين كذلك وزوجناهم بحور عين يدعون فيها بكل فاكهة آمنين لا يذوقون فيها الموت إلا الموتة الأولى ووقاهم عذاب الجحيم فضلا من ربك ذلك هو الفوز العظيم فإنما يسرناه بلسانك لعلهم يتذكرون فارتقب إنهم مرتقبون صدق الله العلي العظيم صلوات
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ألف لام ميم غلبت الروم في أدنى الأرض وهم من بعد غلبهم سيغلبون في بضع سنين لله الأمر من قبل ومن بعد ويومئذ يفرح المؤمنون بنصر الله ينصر من يشاء وهو العزيز الرحيم. وعد الله لا يخلف الله وعده ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون. يعلمون ظاهرا من الحياة الدنيا وهم عن الآخرة هم غافلون. أولم يتفكروا في أنفسهم ما خلق الله السماوات والأرض وما بينهما إلا بالحق وأجل مسمى وإن كثيرا من الناس بلقاء ربهم لكافرون. أولم يسيروا في الأرض فينظروا كيف كان عاقبة الذين من قبلهم كانوا أشد منهم قوة وأثاروا الأرض وعمروها أكثر مما عمروها وجاءتهم رسلهم بالبينات فما كان الله ليظلمهم ولكن كانوا أنفسهم يظلمون. ثم كان عاقبة الذين أساءوا السوء أن كذبوا بآيات الله وكانوا بها يستهزئون. الله يبدأ الخلق ثم يعيده ثم إليه ترجعون. ويوم تقوم الساعة يبلس المجرمون ولم يكن لهم من شركائهم شفعاء وكانوا بشركائهم كافرين. ويوم تقوم الساعة يومئذ يتفرقون فأما الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات فهم في روضة يحبرون. وأما الذين كفروا وكذبوا بآياتنا ولقاء الآخرة فأولئك في العذاب محضرون. فسبحان الله حين تمسون وحين تصبحون وله الحمد في السماوات والأرض وعشيا وحين تظهرون. يخرج الحي من الميت ويخرج الميت من الحي ويحيي الأرض بعد موتها وكذلك تخرجون. ومن آياته أن خلقكم من تراب ثم إذا أنتم بشر تنتشرون. ومن آياته أن خلق لكم من أنفسكم أزواجا لتسكنوا إليها وجعل بينكم مودة ورحمة إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يتفكرون. ومن آياته خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف ألسنتكم وألوانكم إن في ذلك لآيات للعالمين. ومن آياته منامكم بالليل والنهار وابتغاؤكم من فضله إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يسمعون. ومن آياته يريكم البرق خوفا وطمعا وينزل من السماء ماء فيحيي به الأرض بعد موتها إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يعقلون ومن آياته أن تقوم السماء والأرض بأمره ثم إذا دعاكم دعوة من الأرض إذا أنتم تخرجون وله من في السماوات والأرض كل له قانتون وهو الذي يبدأ الخلق ثم يعيده وهو أهون عليه وله المثل الأعلى في السماوات والأرض وهو العزيز الحكيم ضرب لكم مثلا من أنفسكم هل لكم مما ملكت أيمانكم من شركاء فيما رزقناكم فأنتم فيه سواء تخافونهم كخيفتكم أنفسكم كذلك نفصل الآيات لقوم يعقلون بل اتبع الذين ظلموا أهواءهم بغير علم فمن يهدي من أضل الله وما لهم من ناصرين فأقم وجهك للدين حنيفا فطرة الله التي فطر الناس عليها لا تبديل لخلق الله ذلك الدين القيم ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون منيبين إليه واتقوه وأقيموا الصلاة ولا تكونوا من المشركين من الذين فرقوا دينهم وكانوا شيعا كل حزب بما لديهم فرحون وإذا مس الناس ضر دعوا ربهم منيبين إليه ثم إذا آذاقهم منه رحمة إذا فريق منهم بربهم يشركون ليكفروا بما آتيناهم فتمتعوا فسوف تعلمون أم أنزلنا عليهم سلطان فهو يتكلم بما كانوا به يشركون وإذا أذقنا الناس رحمة فرحوا بها وإن تصبهم سيئة بما قدمت أيديهم إذا هم يقنطون أولم يروا أن الله يبسط الرزق لمن يشاء ويقدر إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يؤمنون فآتي ذا القربى حقه والمسكين وابن السبيل ذلك خير للذين يريدون وجه الله وأولئك هم المفلحون وما آتيتم من ربا ليربو في أموال الناس فلا يربو عند الله وما آتيتم من زكاة تريدون وجه الله فأولئك هم المضعفون الله الذي خلقكم ثم رزقكم ثم يميتكم ثم يحييكم هل من شركائكم من يفعل من ذلكم من شيء سبحانه وتعالى عما يشركون ظهر الفساد في البر والبحر بما كسبت أيدي الناس ليذيقهم بعض الذي عملوا لعلهم يرجعون. قل سيروا في الأرض فانظروا كيف كان عاقبة الذين من قبل كان أكثرهم مشركين. فأقم وجهك للدين القيم من قبل أن يأتي يوم لا مرد له من الله يومئذ يصدعون. من كفر فعليه كفره ومن عمل صالحا فلأنفسهم يمهدون. ليجزي الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات من فضله إنه لا يحب الكافرين. ومن آياته أن يرسل الرياح مبشرات وليذيقكم من رحمته ولتجري الفلك بأمره ولتبتغوا من فضله ولعلكم تشكرون. ولقد أرسلنا من قبلك رسلا إلى قومهم فجاءوهم بالبينات فانتقمنا من الذين أجرموا وكان حقا علينا نصر المؤمنين. الله الذي يرسل الرياح فتثير سحابا فيبسطه في السماء كيف يشاء ويجعل له كسفا فترى الودق يخرج من خلاله فإذا أصاب به من يشاء من عباده إذا هم يستبشرون. وإن كانوا من قبل أن ينزل عليهم من قبله لمبلسين. فانظر إلى آثار رحمة الله كيف يحيي الأرض بعد موتها إن ذلك لمحيي الموتى وهو على كل شيء قدير. ولئن أرسلنا ريحا فرأوه مصفرا لظلوا من بعده يكفرون. فإنك لا تسمع الموتى ولا تسمع الصم الدعاء إذا ولوا مدبرين. وما أنت بهاد العمي عن ضلالتهم إن تسمع إلا من يؤمن بآياتنا فهم مسلمون. الله الذي خلقكم من ضعف ثم جعل من بعد ضعف قوة ثم جعل من بعد قوة ضعفا وشيبة يخلق ما يشاء وهو العليم القدير. ويوم تقوم الساعة يقسم المجرمون ما لبثوا غير ساعة كذلك كانوا يؤفكون. وقال الذين أوتوا العلم والإيمان لقد لبثتم في كتاب الله إلى يوم البعث فهذا يوم البعث ولكنكم كنتم لا تعلمون. فيومئذ لا ينفع الذين ظلموا معذرتهم ولا هم يستعتبون. ولقد ضربنا للناس في هذا القرآن من كل مثل ولئن جئتهم بآيات ليقولن الذين كفروا إن أنتم إلا مبطلون. كذلك يطبع الله على قلوب الذين لا يعلمون. فاصبر إن وعد الله حق ولا يستخفنك الذين لا يوقنون. صدق الله العلي العظيم. صلوات اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
دعاء جوش الكبير. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا الله يا رحمن يا رحيم يا كريم يا مقيم يا عظيم يا قديم يا عليم يا حليم يا حكيم. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا سيد السادات يا مجيب الدعوات يا رافع الدرجات يا ولي الحسنات يا غافر الخطيئات يا معطي المسألات يا قابل التوبات يا سامع الأصوات يا عالم الخفيات يا دافع البليات. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث يا خير الغافرين يا خير الفاتحين يا خير الناصرين يا خير الحاكمين يا خير الرازقين يا خير الوارثين يا خير الحامدين يا خير الذاكرين يا خير المنزلين يا خير المحسنين. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث يا من له العزة والجمال يا من له القدرة والكمال يا من له الملك والجلال يا من هو الكبير المتعال يا منشئ السحاب والثقال يا من هو شديد المحال يا من هو سريع الحال
الحساب، يا من هو شديد العقاب، يا من عنده حسن الثواب، يا من عنده الكتاب. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا حنان يا منان يا ديان يا برهان يا سلطان يا رضوان يا غفران يا سبحان يا مستعان يا ذا المن والبيان. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث. يا من تواضع كل شيء لعظمته، يا من استسلم كل شيء لقدرته، يا من ذل كل شيء لعزته، يا من خضع كل شيء لهيبته، يا من أنقاد كل شيء من خشيته، يا من تشققت الجبال من مخافته، يا من قامت السماوات بأمره، يا من استقرت الأرضون بإذنه، يا من يسبح الرعد بحمده، يا من لا يعتدي على أهل مملكته. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث. يا غافر الخطايا يا كاشف البلايا يا منتهى الرجايا يا مجزل العطايا يا واهب الهدايا يا رازق البرايا يا قاضي المنايا يا سامع الشكايا يا باعث البرايا يا مطلق الأسارى أسارى. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث. يا ذا الحمد والثناء يا ذا الفخر والبهاء يا ذا المجد والسناء يا ذا العهد والوفاء يا ذا العفو والرضا يا ذا المن والعطاء يا ذا الفصل والقضاء يا ذا العز والبقاء يا ذا الجود والسخاء يا ذا الآلاء والنعماء. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مانع يا دافع يا رافع يا صانع يا نافع يا سامع يا جامع يا شافع يا واسع يا موسع. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث. يا صانع كل مصنوع يا خالق كل مخلوق يا رازق كل مرزوق يا مالك كل مملوك يا كاشف كل مكروب يا فارج كل مهموم يا راحم كل مرحوم يا ناصر كل مخذول يا ساتر كل معيوب يا ملجأ كل مطرود سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا يا عدتي عند شدتي يا رجائي عند مصيبتي يا مؤنسي عند وحشتي يا صاحبي عند غربتي يا وليي عند نعمتي يا غياثي عند كربتي يا دليلي عند حيرتي يا غنائي عند افتقاري يا ملجئي عند اضطراري يا معيني عند مفزعي سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث يا علام الغيوب يا غفار الذنوب يا ستار العيوب يا كاشف الكروب يا مقلب القلوب يا طبيب القلوب يا منور القلوب يا أنيس القلوب يا مفرج الهموم يا منفس الغموم سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا جليل يا جميل يا وكيل يا كفيل يا دليل يا قبيل يا مديل يا منيل يا مقيل يا محيل سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث يا دليل المتحيرين يا غياث المستغيثين يا صريخ المستصرخين يا جار المستجيرين يا أمان الخائفين يا عون المؤمنين يا راحم المساكين يا ملجأ العاصين يا غافر المذنبين يا مجيب دعوة المضطرين سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث يا ذا الجود والإحسان يا ذا الفضل والامتنان يا ذا الأمن والأمان يا ذا القدس والسبحان يا ذا الحكمة والبيان يا ذا الرحمة والرضوان يا ذا الحجة والبرهان يا ذا العظمة والسلطان يا ذا الرأفة والمستعان يا ذا العفو والغفران سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث يا من هو رب كل شيء يا من هو إله كل شيء يا من هو خالق كل شيء من هو صانع كل شيء، يا من هو قبل كل شيء، يا من هو بعد كل شيء، يا من هو فوق كل شيء، يا من هو عالم بكل شيء، يا من هو قادر على كل شيء، يا من هو يبقى ويفنى كل شيء. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من اللهم إني أسألك يا مؤمن يا مهيمن يا مكون يا ملقن يا مبين يا مهون يا ممكن يا ممكن يا مزين يا معلن يا مقسم. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا من هو في ملكه مقيم، يا من هو في سلطانه قديم، يا من هو في جلاله عظيم، يا من هو على عباده رحيم، يا من هو بكل شيء عليم، يا من هو بمن عصاه حليم، يا من هو بمن رجاه كريم، يا من هو في صنعه حكيم، يا من هو في حكمته لطيف، يا من هو في لطفه قديم. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث يا من لا يرجى إلا فضله، يا من لا يسأل إلا عفوه، يا من لا ينظر إلا بره، يا من لا يخاف إلا عدله، يا من لا يدوم إلا ملكه، يا من لا سلطان إلا سلطانه، يا من وسعت كل شيء رحمته، يا من سبقت رحمته غضبه، يا من أحاط بكل شيء علمه، يا من ليس أحد مثله. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث يا فارج الهم يا كاشف الغم يا غافر الذنب يا قابل التوب يا خالق الخلق يا صادق الوعد يا موفي العهد يا عالم السر يا فالق الحب يا رازق الأنام. سبحانك يا لا
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار سبحانك يا لا سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا علي يا وفي يا غني يا ملي يا حفي يا رضي يا زكي يا بديع يا قوي يا ولي سبحانك يا لا الغوث خلصنا من النار يا من أظهر الجميل يا من ستر القبيح يا من لم يؤاخذ بالجريرة يا من لم يهتك الستر يا عظيم العاف يا حسن التجاوز يا واسع المغفرة يا باسط اليدين بالرحمة يا صاحب كل نجوى يا منتهى كل شكوى سبحان يا ذا النعمة السابغة يا ذا الرحمة الواسعة يا ذا المنة السابقة يا ذا الحكمة البالغة يا ذا القدرة الكاملة يا ذا الحجة القاطعة يا ذا الكرامة الظاهرة يا ذا العزة الدائمة يا ذا القوة المتينة يا ذا العظمة المنيعة سبحانك يا لا يا بديع السماوات يا جاعل الظلمات يا راحم العبرات يا مقيل الآثرات يا ساتر العورات يا محيي الأموات يا منزل الآيات يا مضاعف الحسنات يا ماحي السيئات يا شديد النقمات سبحانك يا لا اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مصور يا مقدر يا مدبر يا مطهر يا منور يا ميسر يا مبشر يا منذر يا مقدم يا مؤخر سبحانك يا لا يا رب البيت الحرام يا رب الشهر الحرام يا رب البلد الحرام يا رب الركن والمقام يا رب المشعر الحرام يا رب المسجد الحرام يا رب الحل والحرام يا رب النور والظلام يا رب التحية والسلام يا رب القدرة في الأنام سبحانك يا لا يا أحكم الحاكمين يا أعدل العادلين يا أصدق الصادقين يا أطهر الطاهرين يا أحسن الخالقين يا أسرع الحاسبين يا أسمع السامعين يا أبصر الناظرين يا أشفع الشافعين يا أكرم الأكرمين سبحانك يا لا الغوث خلصنا يا عماد من لا عماد له، يا سند من لا سند له، يا ذخر من لا ذخر له، يا حرز من لا حرز له، يا غياث من لا غياث له، يا فخر من لا فخر له، يا عز من لا عز له، يا معين من لا معين له، يا أنيس من لا أنيس له، يا أمان من لا أمان له. سبحانك يا لا إله الغوث الغوث خلصنا. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا عاصم يا قائم يا دائم يا رحيم يا سالم يا حاكم يا عالم يا قاسم يا قابض يا باسط. سبحانك يا لا يا عاصم من استعصم يا راحم من استرحم يا غافر من استغفر يا ناصر من استنصر يا حافظ من استحفظ يا مكرم من استكرم يا مرشد من استرشد يا صريخ من استصرخ يا معين من استعان يا مغيث من استغاث. سبحانك يا عزيزا لا يضام يا لطيفا لا يرام يا قيوما لا ينام يا دائما لا يفوت يا حيا لا يموت يا ملكا لا يزول يا باقيا لا يفنى يا عالما لا يجهل يا صمدا لا يطعم يا قويا لا يضعف. سبحانك يا لا اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا أحد يا واحد يا شاهد يا ماجد يا حامد يا راشد يا باعث يا وارث يا ضارع يا نافع. سبحانك يا لا يا أعظم من كل عظيم يا أكرم من كل كريم يا أرحم من كل رحيم يا أعلم من كل عليم يا أحكم من كل حكيم يا أقدم من كل قديم يا أكبر من كل كبير يا ألطف من كل لطيف يا أجل من كل جليل يا أعز من كل عزيز. سبحانك يا لا يا كريم الصاف يا عظيم المن يا كثير الخير يا قديم الفضل يا دائم اللطف يا لطيف الصنع يا منفس الكرب يا كاشف الضر يا مالك الملك يا قاضي الحق. سبحانك يا لا يا من هو في عهده وفي يا من هو في وفائه قوي يا من هو في قوته علي يا من هو في علوه قريب يا يا من هو في قربه لطيف، يا من هو في لطفه شريف، يا من هو في شرفه عزيز، يا من هو في عزه عظيم، يا من هو في عظمته مجيد، يا من هو في مجده حميد. سبحانك يا لا اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا كافي يا شافي يا وافي يا معافي يا هادي يا داعي يا قاضي يا راضي يا عالي يا باقي. سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث خلصنا، يا من كل شيء خاضع له، يا من كل شيء خاشع له، يا من كل شيء كائن له، يا من كل شيء موجود به، يا من كل شيء منيب إليه، يا من كل شيء خائف منه، يا من كل شيء قائم به، يا من كل شيء صائر إليه، يا من كل شيء يسبح بحمده، يا من كل شيء حائلك إلا وجهه. سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار، يا من لا مفر إلا إليه، يا من لا مفزع إلا إليه، يا من لا مقصد إلا إليه، يا من لا منجى منه إلا إليه، يا من لا يرغب إلا إليه، يا من لا حول ولا قوة إلا به، يا من لا يستعان إلا به، يا من لا يتوكل إلا عليه، يا من لا يرجى إلا هو، يا من لا يعبد إلا هو. سبحانك يا لا يا خير المرهوبين، يا خير المرغوبين، يا خير المطلوبين، يا خير المسؤولين، يا خير المقصودين، يا خير المذكورين، يا خير المشكورين، يا خير المحبوبين، يا خير المدعوين، يا خير المستأنسين. سبحانك يا لا اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا غافر يا ساتر يا قادر يا قاهر يا فاطر يا كاسر يا جابر يا ذاكر يا ناظر يا ناصر. سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث خلصنا، يا من خلق فسوى، يا من قدر فهدى، يا من يكشف البلوى، يا من يسمع النجوى، يا من ينقذ الغرقى، يا من ينجي الحلقى، يا من يشفي المرضى، يا من أضحك وأبكى، يا من أمات وأحيا، يا من خلق الزوجين الذكر والأنثى. سبحانك يا من في البر والبحر سبيله، يا من في الآفاق آياته، يا من في الآيات برهانه، يا من في الممات قدرته، يا من في القبور عبرته، يا من في القيامة ملكه، يا من في الحساب هيبته، يا من في الميزان قضاؤه، يا من في الجنة ثوابه، يا من في النار عقابه. سبحانك يا لا يا من إليه يهرب الخائفون، يا من إليه يفزع المذنبون، يا من إليه يقصد المنيبون، يا من إليه يرغب الزاهدون، يا من إليه يلجأ المتحيرون، يا من به يستأنس المريدون، يا من به يفتخر المحبون، يا من في عفوه يطمع الخاطئون، يا من إليه يسكن الموقنون، يا من عليه يتوكل المتوكلون. سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا حبيب يا طبيب يا قريب يا رقيب يا حسيب يا محيب يا مذيب يا مجيب يا خبير يا بصير. سبحانك يا لا فالغوث خلصنا من النار، يا أقرب من كل قريب، يا أحب من كل حبيب، يا أبصر من كل بصير، يا أخبر من كل خبير، يا أشرف من كل شريف، يا أرفع من كل رفيع، يا أقوى من كل قوي، يا أغنى من كل غني، يا أجود من كل جواد، يا أرأف من كل رؤوف. سبحانك يا غالبا غير مغلوب، يا صانعا غير مصنوع، يا خالقا غير مخلوق، يا مالكا غير مملوك، يا قاهرا غير مقهور، يا رافعا غير مرفوع، يا حافظا غير محفوظ، يا ناصرا غير منصور، يا شاهدا غير غائب، يا قريبا غير بعيد. سبحان خلصنا يا نور النور، يا منور النور، يا خالق النور، يا مدبر النور، يا مقدر النور، يا نور النور، يا نورا كل نور، يا نورا قبل كل نور، يا نورا بعد كل نور، يا نورا فوق كل نور، يا نورا ليس كمثله نور. سبحانك خلصنا من النار، يا من عطاؤه شريف، يا من فعله لطيف، يا من لطفه مقيم، يا من إحسانه قديم، يا من قوله حق، يا من وعده صدق، يا من عفوه فضل، يا من عذابه عاد، يا من ذكره حلو، يا من فضله عميم. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مسهل يا مفصل يا مبدل يا مذلل يا منزل يا منول يا مفضل يا مجزل يا ممهل يا مجمل سبحانك يا لا يا من يرى ولا يرى يا من يخلق ولا يخلق يا من يهدي ولا يهدى يا من يحيي ولا يحيى يا من يسأل ولا يسأل يا من يطعم ولا يطعم يا من يخير ولا يجار عليه يا من يقضي ولا يقضى عليه يا من يحكم ولا يحكم عليه يا من يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد سبحانك يا لا يا نعم الحسيب يا نعم الطبيب يا نعم الرقيب يا نعم القريب يا نعم المجيب يا نعم الحبيب يا نعم الكفيل يا نعم الوكيل يا نعم المولى يا نعم النصير سبحانك يا لا يا سرور العارفين يا منى المحبين يا أنيس المريدين يا حبيب التوابين يا رازق المقلين يا رجاء المذنبين يا قرة عين العابدين يا منفس عن المكرمين يا منفس عن المكروبين يا مفرج عن المغمومين يا إله إلا يا إله الأولين والآخرين سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث خلصنا. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا ربنا يا إلهنا يا سيدنا يا مولانا يا ناصرنا يا حافظنا يا دليلنا يا معيننا يا حبيبنا يا طبيبنا سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث يا رب النبيين والأبرار يا رب الصديقين والأخيار يا رب الجنة والنار يا رب الصغار والكبار يا رب الحبوب والثمار يا رب الأنهار والأشجار يا رب الصحاري والقفا يا رب البراري والبحار يا رب الليل والنهار يا رب الإعلان والإسرار سبحانك يا لا يا من نفذ في كل شيء أمره يا من لحق بكل شيء علمه يا من بلغت إلى كل شيء قدرته يا من لا يحصي العباد نعمه يا من لا تبلغ الخلائق شكره يا من لا تدرك الأفهام جلاله يا من لا تنال الأوهام كناه العظمة والكبرياء رداء، يا من لا يرد العباد قضاء، يا من لا ملك إلا ملكه، يا من لا عطاء إلا عطاء. سبحانك يا لا يا من له المثل الأعلى، يا من له الصفات العليا، يا من له الإخراج والأولى، يا من له جنة المأوى، يا من له الآيات الكبرى، يا من له الأسماء الحسنى، يا من له الحكم والقضاء، يا من له الهواء والفضاء، يا من له العرش والثرى، يا من له السماوات العلى. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا عفو يا غفور يا صبور يا شكور يا رؤوف يا عطوف يا مسؤول يا ودود يا سبوح يا قدوس. سبحانك يا لا يا من في السماء عظمته، يا من في الأرض آياته، يا من في كل شيء دلائله، يا من في البحار عجائبه، يا من في الجبال خزائنه، يا من يبدأ الخلق ثم يعيده، يا من إليه يرجع الأمر كله، يا من أظهر في كل شيء لطفه، يا من أحسن كل شيء خلقه، يا من تصرف في الخلائق قدرته. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث. يا حبيب من لا حبيب له، يا طبيب من لا طبيب له، يا مجيب من لا مجيب له، يا شفيق من لا شفيق له، يا رفيق من لا رفيق له، يا مغيث من لا مغيث له، يا دليل من لا دليل له، يا أنيس من لا أنيس له، يا راحم من لا راحم له، يا صاحب من لا صاحب له.
سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب. يا كافي من استكفى، يا هادي من استهدى، يا كالع من استقلى، يا راعي من استرعى، يا شافي من استشفى، يا قاضي من استقضى، يا مغني من استغنى، يا موفي من استوفى، يا مقوي من استقوى، يا ولي من استولى. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا خليق يا رزيق يا نطيق يا صديق يا فليق يا فريق يا فطيق يا رتيق يا سبيق يا سميك سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث يا من يقلب الليل والنهار يا من جعل الظلمة والأنوار يا من خلق الظل والهرار يا من سخر الشمس والقمر يا من قدر الخير والشر يا من خلق الموت والحياة يا من له الخلق والأمر يا من لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا يا من ليس له شريك في الملك يا من لم يكن له ولي من الذل سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا من يعلم مراد المريدين يا من يعلم ضمير الصالمتين يا من يسمع أنين الواهنين يا من يرى بكى الخائفين يا من يملك حوائج السائلين يا من يقبل عذر التائبين يا من لا يصلح أعمال المفسدين يا من لا يضيع أجر المحسنين يا من لا يبعد عن قلوب العارفين يا أجود الأجودين سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا دعيم البقاء يا سامع الدعاء يا واسع العطاء يا غافر الخطا يا بديع السماء يا حسن البلاء يا جميع اللسان يا قديم السناء يا كثير الوفاء يا شريف الجزاء سبحانك يا على الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا ستار يا غفار يا قهار يا جبار يا صبار يا برار يا مختار يا فتار يا نفه يا مرطى سبحانك يا لا يا من خلقني وسواني يا من رزقني وربني يا من أطعمني وسقاني يا من قربني وعدناني يا من عصمني وكفاني يا من حفظني وكلاني يا من أعزني وأغنني يا من وفقني وهداني يا من آنسني وآوني يا من أماتني وأحياني سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلص يوم يحق الحق بكلماتي يا من يقبل التوبة عن عبادي يا من يهل بين المرء وقلبي يا من لا تنفع الشفاعة إلا بإذني يا من هو أعلم بمن ضل عن سبيلي يا من لا معقب لحكمي يا من لا رد لقضائي يا من انقضى كل شيء أمري يا من السماوات مطويات بيميني يا من يرسل الرياح بشرا بين يدي رحمتي سبحانك يا لا إله إلا يا من جعل الأرض مهادا يا من جعل الجبال أوتادا يا من جعل الشمس سراجا يا من جعل القمر نورا يا من جعل الليل لباسا يا من جعل النهار معاشا يا من جعل النوم سباتا يا من جعل السماء بناها يا من جعل الأشياء أزواجا يا من جعل النار مرصادا سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا سميع يا شفيع يا رفيع يا منيع يا سريع يا بديع يا كبير يا قدير يا خبير يا مجير سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث يا حي قبل كل حي يا حي بعد كل حي يا حي الذي ليس كمثله حي يا حي الذي لا يشاركه حي يا حي الذي لا يحتاج إلى حي يا حي الذي يميت كل حي يا حي الذي يرزق الكل حي يا حي لم يرث الحياة منها يا حي الذي يحيي الموت يا حي يا قيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم سبحان
الغوث خلصنا من النار يا من له ذكر لا ينسى يا من له نور لا يطفى يا من له نعم لا تعاد يا من له ملك لا يزول يا من له ثناء لا يحصى يا من له جلال لا يكيف يا من له كمال لا يدرك يا من له قضاء لا يراد يا من له صفات لا تبدل يا من له نعوت لا تغير سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب العالمين يا مالك يوم الدين يا غاية الطالبين يا ظهر اللاجين يا مدرك الهاربين يا من يحب الصابرين يا من يحب التوابين يا من يحب المتطهرين يا من يحب المحسنين يا من هو أعلم بالمهتدين سبحانك يا لا الغوث خلصنا اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا شفيق يا رفيق يا حفيظ يا محيط يا مقيت يا مغيث يا معز يا مذل يا مبدئ يا معيد سبحانك إله إلا أنت خلصنا من النار يا رب. يا من هو أحد بلا ضد، يا من هو فرد بلا ند، يا من هو صمد بلا عيب، يا من هو وتر بلا كيف، يا من هو قاض بلا حيف، يا من هو رب بلا وزير، يا من هو عزيز بلا ذل، يا من هو غني بلا فقر، يا من هو ملك بلا عزل، يا من هو موصوف بلا شبيه. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغاو خلصنا من النار. يا من ذكره شرف للذاكرين، يا من شكره فوز للشاكرين، يا من حمده عز للحامدين، يا من طاعته نجاة للمطيعين، يا من بابه مفتوح للطالبين، يا من سبيله واضح للمنيبين، يا من آياته برهان للناظرين، يا من كتابه تذكرة للمتقين، يا من رزقه عموم للطائعين والعاصين، يا من رحمته قريب من المحسنين. سبحانك يا لا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب. يا من تبارك اسمه، يا من تعالى جده، يا من لا إله غيره، يا من جل ثناؤه، يا من تقدست أسماؤه، يا من يدوم بقاؤه، يا من العظمة بهاؤه، يا من الكبرياء رداؤه، يا من لا تحصى آلاؤه، يا من لا تعد نعماؤه. سبحانك يا الغوث خلصنا منه. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا معين يا أمين، يا مبين يا متين، يا مكين يا رشيد، يا حميد يا مجيد، يا شديد يا شهيد. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا. يا ذا العرش المجيد، يا ذا القول السديد، يا ذا الفعل الرشيد، يا ذا البطش الشديد، يا ذا الوعد والوعيد، يا من هو الولي الحميد، يا من هو فعال لما يريد، يا من هو قريب غير بعيد، يا من هو على كل شيء شهيد، يا من هو ليس بظلام للعبيد. سبحانك إله إلا أنت الغوث يا من لا شريك له ولا وزير، يا من لا شبيه له ولا نظير، يا خالق الشمس والقمر المنير، يا مغني البائس الفقير، يا رازق الطفل الصغير، يا راحم الشيخ الكبير، يا جابر العظم الكسير، يا عصمة الخائف المستجير، يا من هو بعباده خبير بصير، يا من هو على كل شيء قدير. سبحانك يا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث يا ذا الجود والنعم، يا ذا الفضل والكرم، يا خالق اللوح والقلم، يا بارئ الذر والنسم، يا ذا البأساء والنقام، يا ملهم العرب والعجم، يا كاشف الضر والألام، يا عالم السر والهمام، يا رب البيت والحرام، يا من خلق الأشياء من العدم. سبحانك سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا فاعل يا جاعل، يا قابل يا كامل، يا فاصل يا واصل، يا عادل يا غالب، يا طالب يا واهب. سبحانك يا لا الغوث خلصنا، يا من أنعم بطوله، يا من أكرم بجوده، يا من جاد بلطفه، يا من تعزز بقدرته، يا من قدر بحكمته، يا من حكم بتدبيره، يا من دبر بعلمه، يا من تجاوز بحلمه، يا من دنا في علوه، يا من علا في دنوه. سبحانك يا لا الغوث خلصنا منه، يا من يخلق ما يشاء، يا من يفعل ما يشاء، يا من يهدي من يشاء، يا من يضل من يشاء، يا من يعذب من يشاء، يا من يغفر لمن يشاء، يا من يعز من يشاء، يا من يذل من يشاء، يا من يصور في الأرحام كيف يشاء، يا من يختص برحمته من يشاء. سبحانك يا لا الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب، يا من لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا، يا من جعل لكل شيء قدرا، يا من لا يشرك في حكمه أحدا، يا من جعل الملائكة رسلا، يا من جعل في السماء بروجا، يا من جعل الأرض قرارا، يا من خلق من الماء بشرا، يا من جعل لكل شيء أمدا، يا من أحاط بكل شيء علما، يا من أحصى كل شيء عددا. سبحانك يا لا إلا أنت الغوث. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا أول يا آخر، يا ظاهر يا باطن، يا برء يا حق، يا فرد يا وتر، يا صمد يا سرمد سبحانك يا لا الغاو يا خير معروف عرف يا أفضل معبود عبد يا أجل مشكور شكر يا أعز مذكور ذكر يا أعلى محمود حمد يا أقدم موجود طلب يا أرفع موصوف وصف يا أكبر مقصود قصد يا أكرم مسؤول سئل يا أشرف محبوب علم سبحانك يا يا حبيب الباكين يا سيد المتوكلين يا هادي المضلين يا ولي المؤمنين يا أنيس الذاكرين يا مفزع الملهوفين يا منجي الصادقين يا أقدر القادرين يا أعلم العالمين يا إله الخلق أجمعين سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب يا من علا فقهار يا من ملك فقدار يا من بطن فخبار يا من عبد فشكر يا من عصي فغفر يا من لا تحويه الفكر يا من لا يدركه بصر يا من لا يخفى عليه أثر يا رازق البشر يا مقدر كل قدر سبحانك يا لا اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا حافظ يا بارئ يا ذارئ يا باذخ يا فارج يا فاتح يا كاشف يا ضامن يا آمر يا ناهي سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب يا من لا يعلم الغيب إلا هو يا من لا يصرف السوء إلا هو يا من لا يخلق الخلق إلا هو يا من لا يغفر الذنب إلا هو يا من لا يتم النعمة إلا هو يا من لا يقلب القلوب إلا هو يا من لا يدبر الأمر إلا هو يا من لا ينزل الغيث إلا هو يا من لا يبسط الرزق إلا هو يا من لا يحيي الموتى إلا هو سبحانك يا لا يا معين الضعفاء يا صاحب الغرباء يا ناصر الأولياء يا قاهر الأعداء يا رافع السماء يا أنيس الأصفياء يا حبيب الأتقياء يا كنز الفقراء يا إله الأغنياء يا أكرم الكرماء سبحانك يا لا الغوث خلصنا من النار يا يا كافيا من كل شيء، يا قائما على كل شيء، يا من لا يشبهه شيء، يا من لا يزيد في ملكه شيء، يا من لا يخفى عليه شيء، يا من لا ينقص من خزائنه شيء، يا من ليس كمثله شيء، يا من لا يعزب عن علمه شيء، يا من هو خبير بكل شيء، يا من وسعت رحمته كل شيء. سبحانك يا لا الغاو خلصنا. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مكرم يا مطعم يا منعم يا معطي يا مغني يا مقني يا مفني يا محيي يا مرضي يا منجي. سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا أول كل شيء وآخره، يا إله كل شيء ومليكه، يا رب كل شيء وصانعه، يا بارئ كل شيء وخالقه، يا قابض كل شيء وباسطه، يا مبدئ كل شيء ومعيده، يا منشئ كل شيء ومقدره، يا مكون كل شيء ومحوله، يا محيي كل شيء ومميته، يا خالق كل شيء ووارثه. سبحانك يا لا يا خير ذاكر ومذكور، يا خير شاكر ومشكور، يا خير حامد ومحمود، يا خير شاهد ومشهود، يا خير داع ومدعو، يا خير مجيب ومجاب، يا خير مؤنس وأنيس، يا خير صاحب وجليس، يا خير مقصود ومطلوب، يا خير حبيب ومحبوب. سبحانك يا من هو لمن دعاه مجيب، يا من هو لمن أطاعه حبيب، يا من هو إلى من أحبه قريب، يا من هو بمن استحفظه رقيب، يا من هو بمن رجاه كريم، يا من هو بمن عصاه حليم، يا من هو في عظمته رحيم، يا من هو في حكمته عظيم، يا من هو في إحسانه قديم، يا من هو بمن أراده عليم. سبحانك يا لا اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مسبب يا مرغب يا مقلب يا معقب يا مرتب يا مخوف يا محذر يا مذكر يا مسخر يا مغير. يا من علمه سابق، يا من وعده صادق، يا من لطفه ظاهر، يا من أمره غالب، يا من كتابه محكم، يا من قضاؤه كائن، يا من قرآنه مجيد، يا من ملكه قديم، يا من فضله عميم، يا من عرشه عظيم. سبحانك يا لا إلا أنت الغوث يا من لا يشغله سمع عن سمع، يا من لا يمنعه فعل عن فعل، يا من لا يلهيه قول عن قول، يا من لا يغلطه سؤال عن سؤال، يا من لا يحجبه شيء عن شيء، يا من لا يبرمه إلحاح الملحين، يا من هو غاية مراد المريدين، يا من هو منتهى همم العارفين، يا من هو منتهى طلب الطالبين، يا من لا يخفى عليه ذرة في العالمين. سبحانك يا لا يا الله يا الله من النار يا رب، يا حليما لا يعجل، يا جوادا لا يبخل، يا صادقا لا يخلف، يا وهابا لا يمل، يا قاهرا لا يغلب، يا عظيما لا يوصف، يا عدلا لا يحيف، يا غنيا لا يفتقر، يا كبيرا لا يصغر، يا حافظا لا يغفل. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.